Yeah. Let's go. Indie Saturday. Fuck yeah.
Fucking asshole, fucking asshole, fucking asshole, fucking asshole, fuck off.
Yeah, that's right, Mom. You tell him. Fucking asshole, fuck off. That's That's not fuck around and find out. Fucking asshole, fuck off. Yes, indeed. What is up, everybody? How we doing today? Yo, what's up, everybody? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, all around the world. My name is Ezekiel III, and we're going to do some indie games today. Fucking yeah, dude. Indie Saturday is rolling. I'm ready. I'm excited. Just so you people don't think I'm slacking, I did find an FMV, but it looks meh. I know, I'm patiently waiting for the good ones. I said the same thing, Koi. I actually looked in the FMV by release date. I got it pulled up right here, and it's just disappointing. Like, nothing really great. Or nothing even close. Like, there was a couple released in the middle of May, and they look like hot garbage. Like worse than we're used to garbage. Yeah. No, I looked, and it's just I don't want any more Chinese dating games. They're they're played out, man. I can't do them anymore. I can't do them. There was one that's called Dating 4 Girls, and I'm just like, I know what this game is gonna be. It's gonna be a tease, and we're gonna hate it. Maybe we gotta come back around. I think we gotta come back around on let them go for a little bit, and then we'll come back and we'll try one again and see what we think. Zeke is starting the show and my headache is receding. Coincidence? Pretty much. Nah, Rookie the shaman. I heal all. My voice, my presence, it heals. It has healing properties. It has been studied. So yes, anytime you have a headache, tune into me and it will subside. There's some high quality ones coming this year, but it's later on. Okay. Yeah. Zuckus, first 3 sub of the day. Zuckus with 153 months. So now that you moved, did everything get bigger in Texas? Unfortunately, yes. But it got too big. It got too big. And now I have to figure out a way to make it not as big. For my sake and for somebody else's sake. Your waistline, Celtic Knight. Actually, I've lost weight. I've lost weight since I've gotten here. Not a lot, but I've lost a few pounds since I got here from just doing like moving boxes and from the hot sun sweating, making me sweat. Like I actually have lost a little bit of weight. And stress. Yeah, stress. Stress really hits you. Really hits you right in the waistline. Who else? Mista with 147 months. Thank you, Mista. And Soiled Wig with 66. Thank you for that as well. Appreciate you guys. Not even eating enough Texas barbecue. Well, we'll see tomorrow. Tomorrow after Drop Frames is my birthday, like the actual birthday celebration, where I go out with Katie and Max and Beth and gonna do some disc golfing, then have some Texas food. I just said, give me Texas food. Whatever that is, I'm gonna eat it. So that's what we're doing tomorrow. And then Monday, I'm recovering from whatever that is. Tomorrow's gonna be a great day though, like as far as streaming. I don't know if he's announced yet, but I think we got Gathalion on the show tomorrow. Probably gonna talk about obvious things. And what that means for the community and that kind of shit. Wishlisting Emerville is scientifically proven to shrink your penis. Wouldn't that be something? It's like, I wishlisted Emerville and I lost an inch. What the fuck? Zeke, I know of your healing powers. Been following you for 11 years. I know you, but you don't know me. That's fair, Rookie. That's fair. His t-shirts at Colorado Steel Pines Mountains. Oh, that's right. I'm wearing my, what is it? Oh, the Cave of the Wind shirt. Forgot about that. I really don't put too much effort into like what I wear, like the t-shirts I wear. I just grab the one that looks the most comfortable, that's on the top. I'm like, that's one I'll wear today. That's why I end up wearing, a lot of times I'll wear the same shirt in a week because Katie is very diligent about washing our clothes. Marcel924 with the 46 months. Thank you, Marcel. Appreciate that. Eat my asshole!
Can I milk the druid if she turns into a goat?
I would assume so, but it doesn't mean that, like, the druid that turns into a goat does not lose their human intelligence or humanoid intelligence. So you probably have to get, consent to milk the goat that is a druid. But I'd assume, like, if you're a good enough relationship, they might want you to. Who knows? For fuck's sake, take a shower. Indeed. The druid chose wild shape. I chose hold person. Now, here's the thing with hold person. You don't do it on Friends, okay? I'm just letting you know. Like, don't do hold person on Friends, and the party won't disband. Bad idea. Graham, thank you for the 51 months. Oh, does hold person require concentration? I didn't know that. I thought it was just like had a time limit. Like, stop, hold person, pew! And then they held for like, I don't know, however long the spell lasts. What up, Fatui? Good to see you. Does hold person work on a wild-shaped druid? Oh. I didn't even think about that. So it does. So the spell knows that that there's an actual human inside of that goat. I mean, not inside of the goat, but you mean like the goat is a druid. You know what I meant. Don't twist my words. You know what I meant. Come on now. So what you're saying is, if there's a mass hold person, right? There's like a hold people spell, right? Something of that nature, where you can put hold person on a bunch of people. Think so? You can upgrade, or you can use the hold crowd or something like that. But that would be like, I didn't even think about that. Like, that would be a cool way to like discover if there was a wild shaped druid. Like, if you had suspected that these 10 goats in front of you, that one of them is a wild shaped druid, and you cast hold people on it, it will only affect the one that's a druid. The other goats would still be running around, but the one that's a druid would be held. So you could suss it out easy. I mean, that is, of course, I mean, it's not easy to cast a hold person on a druid because of the saving throw, right? I would assume it's a wisdom throw. And if I'm not mistaken, I think druids and clerics have high wisdom. It'd be hard to get them a whole person anyway. Yeah, they would have to fail the check. Yeah. What if they were the goats that get paralyzed when they get scared or excited? But they'd still be moving though. Like hold person, as far as I know, is just like freeze in place, right? It freezes the thing in place, so it's not like they can't like and like roll on the ground, pretend they're whatever. I mean, Rookie, there are other ways other better ways to do it, like True Sight or whatever that one is called, where you can see like things as they really are, or a Mass Dispel or something like that. But I think it'd be funny if you just cast like a multi-hold person on a group of goats, and the only one that's frozen is the one that's a wild-shaped druid. I love these little D&D thought experiments. They're great. Graham, thank you for the 51 months. Felishka with 89 just now. Thank you. I like Fireball. That's actually a question I had that just came up in my brain right now. If you kill a druid in wild shape, do they revert to their human form? Or do they die in their animal form? They do revert. Okay, so I guess that's another way you can do it, is fireball the lot of them and see which one turns back into human form, humanoid form. I guess that's another way. I guess, yeah, fireball solves it again. The witch hunt school of testing. Yes, exactly. Or you could threaten them and say, whoever doesn't want to be a kebab, speak now. I don't know. I'm trying to put myself in the wild-shaped goat druid's hooves. And if someone said it to me, I wouldn't speak up. Then they'd know for sure I was that. That means they might not have the method to any of the methods previously discussed to suss out which goat was me. You know what they do if the druid was from Texas, though? They just go, the stars at night are big and bright. And then you'd see a goat go, clop, 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 deep in the heart of Texas, because you have to. If you live in Texas or from Texas, you have to do that. You have to finish it. It's like Roger Rabbit and shaving a haircut. You have to do it. You have no choice. My favorite spell use is from Order of the Stick, Symbol of Insanity, on a bouncy ball. Toss it in a room full of people and wait for the screams to end. Oh, Symbol of Insanity is like a spell that anybody who sees it like goes insane, save versus whatever and go insane. That's cool. That's in the bouncy ball. No, one of my favorites that I thought was kind of clever that I don't know who thought of it, but back in my RP days of like before Twitch, before like when I was like in my teens playing D&D, someone was like, what happens if you cast light on a mirror, like the light spell, if you cast it on the mirror? And the DM was like, you know what, I bet it just beams light out like a flashlight. I'm like, oh, that's a neat idea. So everywhere we go, like if we needed to explore a cave or something, we had this hand mirror, we cast light on it and go, and it just like, like a searchlight. Parchment and explosive runes is funny too. There was this, oh God, I think it was I'm not sure if it was a module or something, but it was an adventure where it was like, you would go into this dungeon and this dungeon had all kinds of like rare to, mid-rare to like really legendary rare, like magical items in it, but they were all set as traps to kill you. And one of them I remember specifically. I remember this specifically. You'd have to get on all fours, crawl in this tunnel, and at the end of the tunnel, you would feel like it's fabric. Like it turns from like stone to fabric, and you're trying to crawl, and then it seems to go on forever. And eventually you twig on the idea like, let's just cut the fabric and get out of here. But what it actually is a bag of holding that someone has wrapped around the end of a tunnel or something like that. And if you cut a bag of holding, some devastating shit happens. Apparently. Especially if you're inside it. I thought that was cool. Another one is, there's this one, oh God, what's it called? It's like Leomund's Instant Mansion or something like that. It had a name, but it was like this tiny little, like, model of a mansion, and you speak the word, the magic word, and it blows up and turns into a mansion. And there would be like, this little model would be hanging in this room that it fit like perfectly in, and there'd be an imp up in the rafters, and he would like, once you walked into the room, or Mordenkainen's, there you go. Mordenkainen's Instant Mansion or whatever. And the imp, once you walked in, he would speak the magic word, and the fucking mansion would blow up and just fucking fall on you and crush you. So like all these cool treasures just set to just kill you. And I always thought that was such a neat idea. Also, portable hole plus bag of holding, nuclear detonation. Yep. All right. Anyways, I think we're just blathering and waiting for the break. But while we're doing that, waiting for the ad break to happen, the 30-minute ad break. This is the state of FMV at the moment. These are FMVs arranged according to release date. And man, May has been pretty sparse. As you can see, April had one like every other day, one or two every other day. But May has just been a shit month for FMV games. And I looked at some of them, like, some of them are free, like Cameraman Never Dies. But this is all AI. It is just complete AI. It looks neat. But it's 100% made with AI. Mysteries of Old Tokyo. This one, it has the FMV tag, but it doesn't. It shows 0 FMV, like in the game. So that's a disappointment. And then this one just came out yesterday, and I don't know why this one has FMV on it, because it also looks like it's animated and not full motion video. But I think they might mean full motion video as in like it's like an anime. Like it's animated like an anime. It has those scenes that are fully fleshed out anime scenes. So. And then of course there's Dating 4 Girls, which, I mean, honestly, it's more Chinese FMV trash. That I'm just like, God, the flavor of that gum has worn out, man. Real quick, what is the plan for Zero Parades for Dark Spies? We'll check it out. We'll give it an hour or two, just like every other indie game we play. I don't have like I want to see it. I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of it, and then we'll decide from there, like, if it's my cup of tea or not. I'm not sure.
Dating 4 Girls sounds like a lot of work.
Because
also, congrats on your move to Texas.
Thank you, Punky. Thank you for the 135 months as well. But that Zero Parades thing is, I'm gonna test it out and see if it's, because Disco Elysium was not playable on stream until it was fully voice acted. So I'm wondering if there's any hangups with this one too. But I'll give it an hour if you guys vote for it. Badly dubbed English FMVs have been great to watch. I love that fucking Beta Cafe one. That one was fucking hilarious. I enjoyed that one thoroughly. It's bad. It was really bad, but man, was it fun to like share with you guys. What is happening? Go. What are you doing? Oh, okay. Go to the wish list. There we go. Yeah, the Turkish one. Yep. That was fun. I just hope there's more. I love playing those FMV games. I just hope there's more coming out at some point. Yes, I love beautiful Montana. I loved that a long time ago, Rookie. I went from Montana to Colorado, lived there for about 8 years, and now I'm in Texas, in Austin. Well, close to Austin. Karen with the 69 months. What up, baby? Thank you very much for the nice resub. I appreciate that. What does FMV stand for? Full motion video, which usually means that it's real actors, real people in the game. Like the old, what would you say is the most famous FMV game of all time? That's a good question. What's the most famous FMV game that most people may have heard of? Or the most people have heard of? Night Trap? Harvester? I would say like we're going back to like, yeah, X-Wing or something like that, or the Wing Commander. Phantasmagoria. Harvester, Seventh Guest. Night Trap. Maybe Night Trap. Yeah. But that's what FMV games are. It's real actors, real like scripts. They talk to the camera, and usually it's like you make decisions. Like FMV games are really not. They're more based around a story rather than gameplay. There's not a lot of really cool concepts of gameplay within FMV games. Maybe like Wing Commander or like Seventh Guest has some like puzzle. It's a puzzle game. Yeah. Anyways, all right. You guys ready to look? Let's see what we got. Well, it's Indie Saturday today, and what you do is you look at the top of the chat box for this poll right here, or you can just look down below in the panel section below the video player if you're on my Twitch website, and you look for this thing, the poll, and you look at all these and you go, well, I want to vote, and you go, okay, but I want to vote for more than one. You can do that. You can vote for as many as you like. You can vote for as many as you like, 3, 4, 7, whatever, and then you can change your vote at any time. And in order to vote, make sure you click the left side of the bar, because the right side of the bar will just change the view of like percentages to numbers to whatever. So yeah, click the left side of the bar if you want to highlight something that you want to see. And you can change your vote at any time. That's it. That's all it is. Easy peasy. All right. And then, but first, if you want to like educate yourself before you vote, that's what we do. We're going to watch the trailers of all these 8 games. And then at the end, we'll tally up the vote and see who's in first place. And we'll start with that game. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Vote for D's. Vote for D's. Indeed. All right. First game we're going to look at is called Phonopolis. We played the demo of this. And the full release has just happened 3 days ago on my birthday. And it's the demo was great. Very, very stylized, but cool. It's a story-driven puzzle adventure set in a hand-painted 3D world made of cardboard. Solve a wide variety of playful puzzles and help Felix and the leader's oppressive influence in a resident dystopian city inspired by avant-garde art. This came out 3 days ago, developed and published by Amanita Design. It is $20, $20.38. Let's take a look. Yeah, all handmade from cardboard cutouts. Stryer giving a sub to Tara Dickoff. Great name. Good find. Not 28, 20. Still a lot though. Still waiting for my whales to come in and pay for this indie day, but I haven't seen them yet. I love it. Phonopolis. Or Phonopolis. I'm not sure. All right. Next game is called Clockwork Ambrosia. This one was spammed over and over again by some dipshit in my Discord. So I'm like, all right, fucking shut up about it. All right. Clockwork Ambrosia. Design your own arsenal in Clockwork Ambrosia, a steampunk Metroidvania in the vein of a run-and-gun platformer. Join Iris, an airship pilot who must combat an army of deadly robots and monsters and experiment with over 100 rule-based weapon mods and armors to prevail through this wild adventure. This one came out 11 days ago, developed by Realmsoft, published by Oi Games! Or Ol Games. I'm not sure if that's an I or an L. But I like it if it's an I. Oi! Games! This one is also $20 fucking. Let's go. Like clockwork. It's like a mix of like Mega Man and Metroid. I'm not mad at it. The reason why I kind of overlooked it because I'm like, what's special about this? And I couldn't come up with something, so I kind of overlooked it for a couple weeks, and someone just kept bitching about it. So I'm like, all right. All right, that's Clockwork Ambrosia. Next one, The Guardian of Nature.
On an island.
This one I like. I like the art style of this one. This one's very God, I don't even know what to compare it to. I just like it. The Guardian of Nature is a hand-drawn, size-changing adventure. Embark on a magical journey with botanist Henry. Use your size-changing ability to explore nature in big and small, and solve solar punk puzzles to put nature back in order. This one came out 2 days ago, developed by Inluzio Interactive, published by them and Nexting. It is $8.09. That's more like it.
Is a place where nature in perfect balance happens to exist. Covered with trees, plants, and animals so fine, overlooked by the giant tree of life, as old as time. Its roots wind down far and deep into the ground, wrapped by mycelium, fungal threads all around. The island was unscathed for thousands of years, until one day, a giant threat woke its fears.
I dig it, man. I dig the hand-drawn art style of this. There you go, The Guardian of Nature. All right, next one is The House Always Wins. All right, this is a guess what this is. Take a wild stab. I bet you'll be right. If you said Casino Manager, you would be right. Build a top-tier business solo or in co-op from 1 to 4 players. Start from scratch, keep the slot machine spinning, and deal with chaotic events like vandals and alien invasions. Grow your fortune and show everyone why the house always wins. This one came out 2 days ago, developed and published by Toxic Studio and Polden Publishing. It's $10.52. What's my favorite gambling game? I'll be honest with you, it's the machines, the slots or Keno or whatever those are, because you don't have to deal with actual people and you just be left alone and just like there's something like zen about just hitting that button over and over again. That or I like playing poker, like Texas Hold'em with like actual players. That shit's fun too. I played a lot of that in Montana. Montana was one of the first places to like have like regular games after the poker boom. Fucking zombies and astronauts and pirates. And that's fucking hilarious. I looked for AI with this one. I thought it was going to be an AI game, but there's no AI disclosure, so.
Zika.
Yo, Bo Cephas with the 93 months. Thank you, Bo Cephas. So you can gamble at your own casino after the doors are closed. So that's exactly what they need in this game.
Okay.
Like the card shop simulator, like after the shop is closed, you just rip packs. Or even while the shop's open, if you have employees, you just rip packs and get your gambling fix in. So that's cool. All right, that was House Always Wins. Next one, Zero Parades for Dead Spies. And yes, this is by the Disco Elysium guys. I think this, I don't know, man. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but Studio Zaum developed and published this. But are any of the original creators from Disco Elysium on this? None of them. Or some of them. A few of them or zero of them? So on Genga, I'm going to ask you a moral question here. Morally, should I play this or should I just say forget it? I'm honestly asking you. I want to know your opinion because I trust you. Should I just go fuck this game? Play it? All right. All right. Okay. From the creators of Disco Elysium comes Zero Parades. An espionage RPG. You're a brilliant but tormented operant on one final desperate assignment. Gather your broken network, untangle a web of lies, and prove yourself on the world stage or blow it all up again. No, it's 36 bucks. Because I have one of the, what's the bundle? Is it Disco Elysium? It is. Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. This one came out 2 days ago, developed and published by Zaum. It's $35.99, God damn it. God damn it.
A new assignment. That's what she promised us. A chance to unwrite the black record. To rip the
Oh, is this on Game Pass?
From its socket.
That would
She
be
said
awesome if it's
going
on
to
Game
take
Pass.
Luck, skill, and all the psycho maneuvers we can manage.
It's not.
And when it all turns to ash, we ask. Easy, she said. We make it up as we go along. There was nowhere we wouldn't follow her. A network of minds, interlinked, acting as one.
Interlinked. Within cells, interlinked.
Out of the freezer, into the frying pan.
It sounds like Frenchie from The Boys.
Zero Parades for Dead Spies is an espionage RPG brought to you by Zaum Studio, award-winning makers of Disco Elysium, available now on PC. You play as Herschel Wilk, a disgraced spy returning to the city of her failure for a desperate assignment. To pull it off, you've got to untangle a web of intrigues and assemble a new crew from the ashes of your former network. Along the way, you'll uncover the secrets of a massive, vibrant city home of unforgettable characters brought to life with full voiceover.
Because Zom fucked over the devs of
Get
Disco
advised or
Elysium,
confused
apparently.
by 15 unique
That's why.
skills. Change your beliefs with conditioning. Shape your mind into a weapon. Survive high-stakes dramatic encounters. Together they cause lasting ripples for yourself and the assignment. With multiple ways to approach every task, you have the chance to own the story, as long as you can live with the results. Zero Parades for Dead Spies, available now on PC.
There's one thing I still don't understand. Why didn't they kill me?
Yeah, it's funny that it's like a clone of Disco Elysium.
Lock in, operant. You have been unfrozen. Portofino awaits.
Yeah. $35 for a 35-hour game. Yeah, maybe. All right. That's Zero Praise for Dead Spies. Next game on the list is Butcher Man. Let's go. Let's get some fucking just horror games, man. Butcher Man, experience the psychological horror of being kidnapped by a serial killer. Driven to escape, explore everything around you, use your wits, uncover secrets, and face the unimaginable dread of being in the victim's place. Inspired by a true story. This one came out yesterday, developed and published by Mound Peak Games. It's $4.24.
What? Where am I? I gotta get the hell out of here.
What do you think the time to spaghetti is? Time to 3 meatball spaghetti is drastically low for this game. Looks all right, man. Doesn't look too bad. Looks like a straightforward, like, chase horror game. I'm in. I'm down. All right, next game. This was suggested by a couple more people this week. I passed over it, but now I'm going to let it go. See what you guys want. The Adventures of Sir Kix-a-Lot. A first-person action game inspired by Dark Messiah, which I don't know if I played. That provides various ways for defeating your foes with weaponry, sorcery, stealth, or clever tactics like kicking them into deadly spikes. This came out, 8 days ago? Developed and published by Stéphane Leroy. You can get the demo for free or buy it for $10. That is pretty funny. There you go. Sir Kix-a-Lot. All right, the last one we're going to look at is another horror game called Psalm 2. And before we look at it, I kind of want to know. I have a soft spot for horse cum.
Hey,
What the
Zig buddy,
fuck?
I just got to Colorado. We're still on for dinner tonight, right?
Yes, we're still on for
Been
dinner
looking
tonight.
forward to this for weeks.
Yep, just meet me.
See you at 7.
That's so weird. My Google is telling me, like, are you a human? We've had some weird traffic on your fucking thing. And so they're making me do CAPTCHAs? The fuck, dude? Psalm 2. There we go. All right, Psalm 2. Why do the nations conspire and the peoples plot in vain? The kings of the earth rise up and the rulers band together against the Lord and against his anointed, saying, let us break their chains and throw off their shackles. The one enthroned in heaven laughs. The Lord scoffs at them. He rebukes them in his anger and terrifies them in his wrath, saying, I have installed my king on Zion, my holy mountain. He said to me, you are my son. Today I have become your father. Ask me, and I will make the nations your inheritance, the ends of the earth your possession. You will break them with a rod of iron, and you will dash them to pieces like pottery. Therefore, you kings, be wise. Be warned, you rulers of earth. Serve the Lord with fear and celebrate his rule with trembling. Kiss his son, or he will be angry, and your way will lead to your destruction, for his wrath can flare up in a moment. Blessed are all who take refuge in him. And that's Psalm 2. Now let's see the game. First-person psychological horror, where the elevator is the only safe place. Oh, I think this is an anomaly game. Each floor is a new reality. Each floor has a new inhabitant. Find it to continue your descent downward. There you go. This one came out 2 days ago, developed and published by Notex, Aleska, and Naba, N4BA. It's $5.77. Oh, is it trash? Oh, it's very positive, 89% positive. I don't know what you're talking about, mixed reviews. Extremely loud sounds? Well, if they're really bad, I will refund it for sure. That is not, I will not pay for a game that fucking kills my ears. We'll see though. We'll see. Because one person's loud as another person's just right. So we'll see. All right, there's your games for the day. And of course, we're going to start with, oh, actually we're not. Holy shit, Sir Kix-a-Lot. Sir Kix-a-Lot just jumped into the lead. What the fuck? Where'd that come from? All right, Sir Kix-a-Lot is going to be the first game up for today. Good job. Nice. I'm excited. Let's go. All right. Oh, I won't reset the poll. I'll leave it as is. But I will take off Sir Kix-a-Lot. There we go. There we go. All right, we'll leave that, and Sir Kix-a-Lot will be the first game we play. So let's do it. Okay. There you go. Thank you, Chaotic Good Jay. All right. Sir. Nope. Sir Kix. There we go. The Adventures of Sir Kix-a-Lot. There we go. Let's do that. Nope. 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 There you go. Copy. Paste it here. There we go. All right. The Adventures of Sir Kix-a-Lot. You want a sound that would fit the last message from Chaotic Good Jay. That you're proud of me? There we go.
Your mum and dad are fucking crazy for having you, you fucking spunk bubbles.
There you go. You fucking spunk bubble. All right, what is this game? The Adventures of Sir Kix-a-Lot is a first-person action game Inspired by Dark Messiah that provides various ways for defeating your foes, with weaponry, sorcery, stealth, or clever tactics like kicking them into deadly spikes. This one came out 8 days ago, developed and published by Stefan Leroy. It is $9.99. Let's do it. Thank you for the bits there, Pete. I do appreciate it. Sorry I won't be able to meet you in Colorado since I moved and left. Medium difficulty? Sure, what up? First of all, let's go. Oh, full screen. There we go. Okay. High quality, okay, indirect lighting, whatever. English, medium. Gore is enabled. Key prompts enabled. Head bobbing disabled. FPS counter disabled. Damage numbers enabled. Okay. Okay. Oh. Not that. Okay. Looks good to me. All right, new game. Do you want to try the tutorial first? No, I'm an adult. Okay, fine. Okay, learn the basics. Oh my God, this mouse sensitivity is fucking abysmal. Better. More. There we go. R to throw it, T to drop it. Okay. Yes, fire burns. Don't walk over it. Okay. Okay. Okay, so once they're dead, you can't, like, dismember them. All right. Dear wife, I finally found a job in the castle called Tutorial. It's a bit weird, though. I just have to stand in front of some spikes all day long. It pays well enough, and very soon I will be able to get back to you and pay for your medicine. Without these, we were so close to losing you. I hope the kids are well. They have nothing in the world apart from their parents. Tell them I love them more than anything, and I will have a surprise for them when I return. Today is my last day of work, and then nothing will stand between us. I miss all of you so much. Your loving husband, Gary. P.S. I guess the dog is still waiting for me each day at the door after all these years. Sorry, Gare. My bad. Okay. It's not instant death. That's all I wanted to know. Yeah, let's go spear. And mace. Nope. Oh, switch weapons with tab. There we go. There we go. Oh, plank's a weapon. Okay. Oh, now, oh my God, I lit my fucking mace on fire. Now I have a flaming mace. Oh, shift to roll. Okay. Where does Bo go? Oh, he's all burnt up. Oh, so they have, okay, they have durability. Like, all your weapons have durability. Like, the one I'm using right now is on 77%. No, I've never played the game this was inspired by. I don't think. I don't know. You can look. Look on Ass Play and see if it's on there. Block attacks with the right mouse button. There we go. Block attacks with the right mouse button. Yeah, okay. Oh, stamina. There we go. Okay. All right, I can see how this is going to be kind of fun. We reached the end of the tutorial. You no longer need your weapons. R to throw, T to drop. Basic tips reminder. Space climb, shift. Okay, select weapon. Oh, with G and T. Or tab. Throw R weapon, catch. Weapon or crates and enemies, kick them into hazards while downstairs. Okay. Alright, advanced tutorial. What up, Blood Rush? How you doing? Okay, here you can try different skills and approaches. In the campaign, you will get skill points by completing levels and finding skill books. That will be used to permanently unlock skills. Okay. Oh, icons next to your health bar show how visible and noisy you are. Okay. Detection is influenced by light, line of sight, range, angle, stance, crouching or not. Okay. Oh. Nope. So I can't disarm him? There we go. Damn it! There we go. Now give me your sword. How can I take a sword? I'm doing 0 damage to this guy. Oh, there we go. Yeah, when he blocks kick to his arm, but I don't have a weapon, so he's not even blocking ever. I honestly think I'm just supposed to sneak past that guy. I'm not supposed to engage him. Grab the skill books for pickpocket and backstab. Nice. See behind this guard, pick his pocket. Okay. There's a sneak attack bonus for melee attacks on unaware enemies, increased further with backstab skill. Oh, okay. So there's no, like, you know, stab his back or anything. It's just sneak up on him and then slice him. And you get the bonus. Grab the skill. Oh, the bow and shoot the guard in the head. Okay. Oh, no, oh, that's a spear. Okay. Okay. Where's my bow? There, give me my bow back. There we go. Grab the hiding skill book, get in the barrel. As long as you're not moving, you won't be detected. Okay. Oh, he detected me. He detected me. Damn it. Oh, if he had stuff, he'd drop it. You don't have to search the body. All right, that was the stealth tutorial. Melee tutorial. Okay. Let me grab these. Okay. And let's get out. Let's grab this. Oh, we'll try this first. The fisty. Oh, the big fist. What are we gonna do with this? Block attacks with the right mouse button, aim at the enemy's weapon. Don't hold block for too long or he will disarm you. Okay.
Huh?
Okay, so that's not a good block. Okay. Okay. Yeah, don't try and bring an arm to a sword fight. What is that? Just a barrel with legs? No problem. Don't worry about it. Okay. I'm glad I did the stealth tutorial first. Made that guy super easy. In the options, you can choose to control directional attacks by either where you look or where you move. Okay. If an enemy's blocking, kick him. Yep, got it. Or alternate between different attack directions, he will have lower chance of blocking. Oh, okay. Enemies might fall on the ground when hit by a heavy item like a barrel, kicked against the wall, or kicked down the stairs. Okay. I'm fucking Donkey Kong, bitch! Oh, he got a piece of a barrel. Oh. Okay. Yeah, there is magic in this. You can cast, like in the video that we watched, you can cast ice and they will slip off of the edge of stuff if you cast ice on the ground. Enemies on the ground take extra damage. Okay. Okay, so you can, yeah, move cancel. All right. Sorcery tutorial, here we go. Fireball, ice ball, lightning, wind blast. Select the spell with G. Okay, hold down G. Okay. Okay. B for mana potion, all right. Spell trap skill book, okay. Oh. Grab the spell trap skill book. Got it. You can create traps with spells. Hold Q and aim at the floor or the wall. Okay. Oh, okay. So it's okay. It sits on the wall. God damn it. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. They get blown up and hit the fucking ceiling. That's all I wanted, dude. Ooh, staff. Low damage, high knockback, extra charges when infused with magic. Oh, how can I infuse this with magic? That's great. That's great. Had a story about ants for you, Z. Kids spilled orange chicken on the carpet. Didn't tell me. Next morning, still dark. I saw the carpet moving. Sounded like it was vacuuming up sand on the beach. Oh my God. Yeah, that's gross. I fucking hate ants. Oh, infuse weapons with in skill. Oh, okay. Infuse. Oh, this is a skill book I have to have. Okay. So I have a wind stick now. There we go. Yeah. Oh my God! There we go. Okay. Oh, so ice kills the fire, though. Okay. So you can't have ice and fire in the same one, but you can have lightning, air, and frost, or fire. Huh? Oh. God damn! Fucking deleted his ass. Illusion. Okay. Target a wall to create a diversion. Target an enemy to trigger infighting. Cast while blocking for invisibility. You can use the illusion spell for distracting a guard. Oops, not that. Not that. There we go. For distracting a guard. Cast on the ground or wall. Invisibility. And now I'm invisible. Okay. Oh, how invisible am I? Oh, it's just, okay, just a matter of time. Okay. Oh. 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 Man, I like this weapon. Holy shit. There we go. All three of them now back on there. Oh yeah, that's a good question. Hold on. Oh, no. G. There you go. Oh no, if you block and cast a spell, it turns you invisible. In order to infuse something with a spell, you have to block and then cast. But block and cast for illusion turns you invisible. Mind control. Take control of an enemy for a few seconds. Okay. Nope. Nope. This one. There we go. Well, that's easy. When mind control something, other guards will attack you if you act suspicious, like using a weapon. Okay. Teleport, telekinesis. Jesus, there's a lot of spells. Target a wall, ground, teleport there. Target somebody, something to grab, interact with it, him. Oh, telekinesis as well, so you can grab the shit. Okay, from a distance. I see. Okay. Portal. Nice. Oh, you just take his fucking sword. Okay. That's cool. Well, that didn't work out. God damn it! There was a pit there, son of a bitch. Oh, I'm all the way back at the illusion spell. Drashko, thank you for the gifted sub to Sir Comes a Lot. Oh, every time. Give me this. There you go. There, okay. Well, it seems like this is like a super valuable spell. What? Oh, no, no. Oh, whoops. I did the wrong one. Wrong one. This one. This one. This one. There we go. No. Okay. So you can pick his pocket, basically, is what they're saying. You can take his weapon away from him before he attacks you. Okay, so we did, yep, stealth, sorcery, melee. Let's go do some levels. Hey, True Theris gifting a sub to Sir Jorks a lot. Okay. My favorite color is purple. No, red. And my name will be Sir Dixitwat? Oh, I'll have to look if you can infuse teleport. Oh, yeah, hold on. Let me try that. Oh, I don't have the staff. Oh, one of these guys had one, right? This guy had it, yep. Okay. Nope. Oh, right. G to pick. And then Q. There we go. Okay, now where's your staff? Oh, he had one. Oh, that rotten bastard. He had a staff. This guy has one. Nope. This is fucking laid down. I love it. Whoop! Zip! There we go. Okay, there we go. Now, we got the staff. Illusion, not illusion. I can't do illusion. There you go. You guys go ahead and have fun. We're gonna try and infuse it with mind control. Yeah, let's see if we can do that. Oh. Nope, it won't let me. No, if I block and cast, yeah, it would go on there. If it was able to go on there, it would. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, and now grab the spell. No telekinesis. Can't put telekinesis or mind control on this on a weapon. Can't infuse it with that. So you gotta know if you just really like the staff or misread, but you can infuse any weapon, not just staff. I think it says staff infusion are stronger. Yeah, they're stronger. That's why I was getting that. Okay. What shall be my name? Hold on, I'll be Lady this time. Lady. Oh, circumstance. Lady Dick Snatcher, Lady Twist on it. Queefs a lot, Lady Queef. Lady Malady. Lady Milady. Oh. Hold on. Lady in red. Lady in red. I like that one. She's dancing with me, cheek to cheek. You know what? Since red is my color anyways, let's go. Fuck it. Lady in red. I like it. Let's go. Based on a true story, by the way. Okay. A broom. Okay. Oh, I can grab a rolling pin as well. There we go. Flaming broom. Oh, it loses stamina as it flames. Okay. Oh! Hold on. Hold on. Let's try that one again. I thought he was a bad guy. He was just a mailman. I got... Oh, baguette. Okay. Now, let's not kill the mailman right away.
Blah, blah, blah.
There we go. Hello, Lady in Red.
Eat my asshole!
I submitted 10 puns to a pun contest, hoping one would win, but no,
But no pun intended. Yep. Thank you, Lash. I've heard that one's a good one. Hello, Lady in Red. You have an urgent letter from the Princess Lopoli. Is that a pun that I'm missing? Lopoli. Lopoli. I don't know. Give it to me.
Blah, blah, blah.
Here it is. Lady in Red, years ago. Oh, low poly, like low polygons. Okay. Lady in Red, years ago you served my father in the Clown Wars. I regret that I am unable to see you in person, but my ship has fallen under attack and I've been kidnapped. This is my most desperate hour. Help me, Lady in Red. You're my only hope. Princess Low Poly. Awesome. Okay. Search for the princess. Or we go over here and practice our archery. Not bad. Okay, so you can pretty much light everything on fire. Can you fuse arrows? I don't know. I would imagine, but I don't have any spells. Okay. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yep. Let's see what happens. Yes, you can. You can have a fiery fish as a weapon. I don't know if there's eating or drinking mechanics. They didn't cover that in the tutorial, so I doubt it. Oh, the fish said ultimate weapon? Where? Oh, look at it and wait. Oh, ultimate weapon right there. Oh my god. Okay. Ultimate weapon. That's funny. Okay, well then we'll take it. Okay. So GTA rules, no touching water. Well, old GTA at least. Oh, there's a toilet. Okay. Okay.
Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, you kick him and you get the letter. Nice. Okay, cool. Well, if this is the ultimate weapon, I'm taking it to go save the princess or whatever. I hope. Okay, saved it.
Huh? Blah, blah, blah. Huh?
Oh! Nope. This is not an ultimate weapon. Okay. The text on weapons are just jokes. Yes, I figured. I found that out the hard way. Oh, I don't have sneak attack yet. I still have to get the skill book for it, don't I? I mean, it does more damage when he's not paying attention. That's cool. Ultimate weapon. Dagger. Fast, low damage, extra throw damage, extra sneak damage. Oh, that's cool. Oh. Yellow chest, need a yellow key. There we go. Ah!
Blah, blah, blah.
Missed. Missed. Missed again. God damn, dude. What are you even doing, bro? Ah! There we go. So kicks a lot. I get it. Kicks a lot is important. Kicking is very useful. Okay. What's this? Oh! A staff. And a red key. Okay. Got him. Put stuff on fire. Bomb. Oh Lord, bless this thy hand grenade. Oh God! There. Okay, I didn't mean to light it. Now, what if I do mean to light it though? Oh, fire on impact. Oh, okay. Where'd the bomb go? Nope. God damn it, no! You fucking... Why does he get attacked so much? And it crashed. Okay. So it's not 100% stable. Wait, what? What? I saved it, dude. There was a save. What the fuck? Load. There we go. Fuck me. All right. We're not grabbing that thing. Don't do the controlled thing. All right, turn around, turn around, turn around. There we go.
Huh? Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, you prick! Yeah, fucking prick! God damn it, he got a chair and fucking... God damn, motherfucker. Okay.
Huh?
There we go. There we got him. Come on up. Yeah, we got one for you too, buddy. There you go, pal. How you like that? Hope you didn't have anything valuable on you. Like, you know, a key or anything. Yeah, pairing a chair, man. It's a useful skill to have. You don't know when you're ever gonna need it, but when you do, it's very valuable.
Huh?
Ah! Missed. There we go. Try the net on the boss.
Ah!
No, no, don't pick it up. Don't pick it up. Don't pick it up. T to drop. Drop it. Grab this. Now, how do I light this? Probably like this. How would I light this bomb? No, it seems like that would do it. Oh, it lights automatically. Well, fuck me. Okay. That body has been through a lot. Damn it. There we go. Got him. Why is that red? Okay. There we go. We saved. All right, good. There you go. You coming? Come on over. Come on, get kicked, fool. There you go. Get kicked, fool. Oh, I got that was good. That was good. That hurt. Oh. Got her. Oh, missed him. Damn it. You, oh, god damn, don't do that. Oh, he is coming up here. Here you go. Bye, bitch. Nope. I meant bye. Nope. Bye. There we go. There we got him. Okay. Okay. I see the yellow key over there. I'm going to go get it. So I got the yellow key and the red key. And I think the yellow key, I'm pretty sure the yellow key goes to the yellow chest that I passed before. There's a red door. I want to paint it black. Oh, we should save. Bing. Yep. What is this? Skill book. Oh, this. Okay, so you get to decide where your points go. Okay. Okay, endurance. Leg shot. Target falls on ground when legs are hit. Backstab. 100% damage from melee sneak attack. Enemies have a harder time seeing you. Oh, and I can pick spells now. Well. Oh, it costs 2! No! No! Everything costs 2 except for grappling! Shit! Alright, we'll save it. Yeah, instead of picking up actual skill books for specific things, you pick up just nondescript skill books and you just use them for everything, it seems. Damn it.
Blah, blah, blah.
There we go. Yep. You come on over. Come on over. Nope. There we go. Get out of here. They weren't lying. That kick is probably the most valuable move you have. Got her. Oh. I didn't even need the red key, I don't think. Okay, so just one though. All right, so you can either go through the red door or sneak around. Okay. Oh, and it doesn't go away. It's not a consumable key. Dear captors, first off, thanks for playing along. As soon as the rescue by Lady Inred fails, the king will pay the ransom. We will share it as agreed. Meanwhile, I will go sipping cocktails on the balcony near the cells. Prince Lopali. P.S. Don't forget to destroy this letter. There we go. Nope. Not that. K for skills, right. And now I can have wind! Oh, big spells. Fireball and ice ball explode on impact. Lightning propagates to enemies. Wind blast is bigger and goes through enemies. Or, and this is where you get, because I don't have spell trap, so. Wind first, then spell trap. Okay. I'm a wizard, Harry. I'm a wizard. So I can't do spell traps yet, but I can blow some pirates. There is that bitch. There she is. All right, hold on. Before we do anything, let's save it real quick. There we go. You were supposed to talk to her, not kill her. To continue the story, let's say that on your way back, your boat was caught in a storm. Okay. Oh, how do I wait? Oh, can I just die? I bet if I. Damn it! Oh, there was another skill book I missed. Oh, after being lost in sea, you're now stranded on an island trying to escape. No, damn it. There's only loads, like, so you have to complete a mission. Like, if the game crashes or you go back to the main menu, your saves are gone. It's just the save points are if you die within the level, which I think is, man, I don't much care for that mechanic so much. Book, what is it? Bookfinder 2000? What that? Huh? Book.
Blah, blah, blah. Huh?
Damn it! So that means it's in the vicinity or not. Wait, what? Why do I have another skill point?
Huh? Blah, blah, blah. Huh?
It's like pulsating now. So it's like above me then. Fucking idiot. Oh, it's right there. How do I get up on this roof? Oh, like that? Oh, that's right. You can vault. There it is.
Huh? Blah, blah, blah. Huh?
Blah, blah, blah.
There we go. Aren't you a little short to be a knight? Hey, they gave me the Star Wars line. I'm Lady Inred. I'm here to rescue you. And I'm 96 pixels tall.
Blah, blah, blah.
You were not supposed to get this far. The guards were supposed to kill you. Well, I'm a pro gamer.
Blah, blah, blah.
Fine, I'll do it myself. Next level. There we go. All right. All right, time for missed opportunity. And now we can use a skill to get spell trap. Let's go. That'll do. Okay. Oh, do I need spell infusion? Nope, I can't do that. Okay. Nope. Oh, I think it's a skill I have to have is spell infusion. Yep, infuse weapons right there. Yep, you gotta have it. I would love it if I can infuse my bow with air and you can just go twing and poof. Fucking blast people out. That'd be cool. That looks like dirt. That I can dig.
Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, it doesn't hurt me. There we go. That's great. Unfortunately, I don't have any mana potions. Yeah, if you knock them in any elemental thing, it will affect them. Wind, fire, ice, whatever. If you knock them into it, it'll do the thing. A war axe, eh? Sure. Oh, your mana fills up a little by little on its own, though. That's cool. Oh. Nope. Oh, she's not dead. I wasn't far enough to kill her. Yep, she's coming back up the stairs. There we go. Now we got her. Nope, he got it. Fuck. Nope. There we go. God damn. I think I was just kicking my ass. All right. Damn it.
Blah, blah, blah.
Shit. No! No! Nope. Not control shift. Out, out, go on, go on, go on, get. No, there you go. Ah! Kick! Kick for your life! Kill him! Woo! Okay. Oh. Key. And a save. There we go. Alright, what? Oh, I got a gray key. Lots of wine. Lots of rum. What about the rum? Oh, it's a shovel. Alright. Turn that guy's blunt damage to cut damage, yeah. Alright, there's another potion. Top of the tower. Oh, there's a tower right there. Nope, nope. There we go. There it is. We got him. Any farts or close to farts? I don't think we have any farts, bro. I think we are out of farts. Red door. Okay. Ooh. Saw something. Eat some beans. I don't have any beans. Prince Ali giving a sub to Obese One Kenobi. That's a great name. Obese One Kenobi. Yes, there was an explosive back there, but I found a secret passageway. Huh? Oh, got him. And the red key. Give me that. Thank you. Oh, skill book. Let's go. But I love farts. You know what? I'll just make one for you. Ready? There you go, Hobby. Special one just for you. You're welcome.
Love.
Huh? Who's at the top of the tower gonna get kicked? Kicked off the tower? Huh? There we go, got him. Oh, I gotta light the fires of Gondor. Do it. Go back to the beach and steal a boat. Okay. Towers are lit. Gondor calls for aid. Or the beacons are lit. That's what the beacons are lit. Oh, I got no arrows. Why the fuck do I even have this thing? Oh, wait a minute. I got an idea. I mean, it hit him. Wasn't great, but it did hit him. Hey, God damn it! There we go. Damn. That didn't go far enough. I was hoping that would go a little further. There, I got him. That actually got him pretty good there. Oh. Ow! There you go.
Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, Jesus! No! I didn't know blah, blah, blah was gonna hit me so hard. Fucking blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. I did it. So there are 4 scrolls that I missed. We're gonna go to Assassin's Creek, though. The princess was plotting something with the pirates. Now we gotta find out what it was. Find the princess's evil plan.
Blah, blah, blah.
Huh? Oh, wait a minute. I have an idea.
Ah!
Well, that wasn't it. I had a different idea. By the way, that wasn't the idea that I thought it was. Okay. Oh shit, in order to infuse, I gotta have lightning first, or lightning or fire first to begin to infuse weapons. But also illusion costs 3, so I can save. I can save. Huh? Huh? That was my idea. To do the wind trap and use it to jump up there. Holy shit, he came up! Yep, his fucking thing is too slow, baby. Yeah, that mall is too slow. There we go. Save. Treasure. Shit. Okay, there we got him. Move, get the fuck out of the way. What is it? A dagger? A longsword. Yeah, longsword. That sounds fun. Yeah, the bombs work when they blow themselves up. You're right. Oh, I could have done that as a trap. Oh, it's a big mouth Billy Bass secret door. Wow. Underwear, you bet. Princess robe, what is this? Oh, the Princess Evil Plan, I found it! Look at that! You ever try out morbid metal? Not as far as I know. Step 1, fake own kidnapping with the pirates. Step 2, call Lady in Red for a rescue mission. Step 3, ambush and kill him. Step 4, have the king pay the ransom, share it with the pirates. Step 5, hire an assassin to murder the king. Step 6, inherit the kingdom. Step 7, ally with necromancers and launch an attack on the capital to get the redacted. Step 8, use redacted to get unlimited power. Step 9, rule the world as goddess empress. Now go back to my boat. Nope. Blah, blah, blah. Nope, I can't close the door. Huh? Excuse me. Pardon me, guys.
Blah, blah, blah.
I'm just gonna go ahead and get out of here. Holy shit, there's a whole bunch of level that I didn't even explore. I win! Yeah! All right, we're gonna see the Tower of Babel, and then we'll switch it up. Let's see, what's winning right now? I'm guessing. I'm gonna guess, and I guessed correctly. Yes. Okay. Okay. We still got time though. We still got time. All right, reach the top of the tower. Wait. Oh, does it tell me what my quest? Oh wait, let's do that. Nope. No, I don't want to lose my. Oh, I won't lose it. Hold on. The princess is plotting to kill the king. She's hiding in the floating islands. Reach the top of the mage tower to get access to the islands. Okay. Oh, I can't go down. Okay. Ah! Ah! Oh, shit. Oh, there we go.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yep, just trying to speedrun it, see what happens. Oh god, okay, there's keys. Oh, there's puzzles, fuck. Ah! Ah! You coming out? I got a kick for you. Oh, he avoided my kick. He avoided my kick. I got you. No! No! I was kicking him. It was doing so well. Magicoin. Magicoin is a new cryptocurrency of the realm, guaranteed to grow in value exponentially forever. Sure, it consumes an obscene amount of magical crystals to mint a single coin, and okay, you still can't buy anything useful with it, and alright, it's mostly fueled by speculation and a bit of money laundering, but investors love Magicoin anyway because it's unregulated. The elders refuse to get involved. Transactions are secured on the blockchain, and it's extremely volatile, sometimes literally. So if you want to invest in cryptocurrency, there's no better moment than now with Magicoin. Hell yeah, Orange Willie giving a sub to
Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah.
Nope. Damn it. Oh, so you actually do have to, like, you can't just rush it. You fucking dipshit. Whoops. Fucking shit. Oh, it's Magi coin. Not Magic coin. Magi coin? Sure, whatever. Whatever you say, nerd. All right, we're gonna try this one more time. All right. There we go. You can stay down there. There we go. Burned her all up. Good, good, good. Who is zapping me? Yeah, there you go. There you go. Forget I'm even here. Forget it. Forget I'm even here. There we go. Now we can get that save. There we go.
Blah, blah, blah.
Okay. Oh! There we go. Now we're getting them. Now we're burning them all up. Ah! Ah! There we go. Now we're burning their flesh. A lightning rod. Oh, yeah. This ought to be fun. I was gonna say, how did you live through that, bitch? All right. Now we got the room to ourselves. Those doors are open, so we just need this one. Oh, no. Wait, oh. Does it show me? Or did, oh. Can I just... Fucking no way, dude. No fucking way.
Blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah.
Blah blah blah.
Ah, ah.
Blah blah blah.
What did you put on me? Was that a fucking... Fuck you! God damn it! You fucking dirty cunt! How does that hurt so much? Oh, she's putting a pumpkin on my head. Oh my god, she's putting a fucking pumpkin on my head. Fucking bitch, god damn it. All right, what is this area? Huh. Huh. Well, look at that. Hey, look at that. Well, that was just a skill book, right? Yep. Oh, I got five skill points.
Blah blah blah.
And 0 fucking keys. Huh. There's the red key. Okay. You fucking oh my god, are you fucking serious? Fucking what, dude? And that one lost his head. That's not sprint, it's roll! It's not sprint, it's roll!
Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah.
That shit is just so funny to me. Okay. Oh, that's purple. I need the red. Fuck. Jesus. Those guys got really, really hard boots. Okay, blue key now. Nope, not that one. Oh, he landed. He landed on the side of the building. He didn't die. Atta boy, look at that boy. Yellow key, there it is. Jesus, that jump. Ugh, that jump every time. Ah, balls. What the fuck? Hi, I'm Pete from Blinked-In, remote technical support. How may I assist you? Hi, Pete. The portal doesn't work. I teleported back to the same place. Have you tried turning it off and on again? No. Could you please try that? This is an interrupter on the side of the portal. We fucking did it! Let's go! What a fun game, dude. What a fun game. Slim Killington with 8 years, baby. Thank you, Slim. That was fun. That was really good. And I found both skill books in this level. And a scroll. Wow. Serious business. I don't know. I mean, I think we can probably play it for another 18 minutes. Let's do another 18 minutes. Oh, Amber alerted. Damn it. This game is fun. Oh, thanks for traveling with Blinked-In portals. Would you like to rate our service? 5 stars. Do you want to add a tip? Yes, 25%. Thanks. Have a nice day. Wow, a lot of mages, a lot of fucking wizards in this place. I should look at my skill points. I could do illusion and make them fight each other. Damn it, dude. And then I die. How is it possible you are even live, Zeke? Paru, what the fuck are you babbling about? Are you on drugs again? 'Cause more often than not when you're here, it seems like you're on drugs. No, I don't want to add a tip. 50%, sure. Have a nice day. Okay. Oh. No, that's not what I want. I want this. There we go. There you go. Go fight him. Go fight each other. There you go. Fight for my amusement. This bitch.
Blah, blah, blah.
You were planning to kill the king, I will stop you. I died several times already, but death in this game is not that punishing.
Blah, blah, blah.
It no longer matters. The king is dead. I'm officially the queen. You killed your father. It was your father too, brother. No, that's not true. That's impossible. Or what? I'm your brother? That would make me the heir.
Blah, blah, blah.
Search your feelings. You know it to be true. Oh, she's just skipping dialogue. No, no, no.
Blah, blah.
Join me, and together we can rule the kingdom as sister and brother. Come with me. It is the only way. Okay. Boulder's Gate. Okay. After learning the princess, your sister, has already killed the king, your father, and that you are the true heir, you fell from the floating island to the goblin kingdom below. If somehow you survive the fall, try to escape. Oh, I fell in the shitter. In the literal shit box. Find the entrance to the mine. Okay, so it's gonna be down, down, down. Maybe. Fucking noises to make. Oh, there it is. I bet that's it right there. Excuse me. Jesus, these guys are good shots. Nope. Shit. That room's gonna go up pretty good. Ah, shit. Ow! Damn it! I want to hear your thoughts about this game on drop frames. Now, not now. Wait until drop frames, please. Okay, you got it. Sure. I will do that for you. Are we intentionally not finding them? No, I'm like fucking around trying to speed run, so to speak, this game. So I need the sparkly chest. Which is over there. Ow. Oh, there's a skill book. Well, I didn't want to go down there. There's no place to kick people off of in this land. Well, don't, buddy, you're my friend. Don't hit him into me. There you go. Get him. There you go. Smash him. Smash him. Prisoner list. Prisoner number, crime, sentence. Stole some bread, 9 years. 9 years. Joked about our glorious leader, 45 years. Conspiracy, 6 years. Said he didn't want to die for our glorious leader. Said he didn't want to die for our glorious leader. Suspicious, probably lying. Not green enough. Unclear, but no due process anyway. First one to stop applauding our glorious leader. Family of 627. Quota, 10 years, 10 years. Okay.
Blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah. Found it. Down I go. Nobody come down here. Nobody drop down. Oh, it has fucking elevator music. Well, fuck. I did it. That was easy. Grand Shaft Auto. Escape the goblin mines and reach the surface. Oh, that was my illusion spell. Oh, that's funny. I throw fireworks if I throw them on the ground. It's a distraction. Oh, fuck. Dead end. Huh? Yeah, go find someone to kill, buddy. Fucking got it. Let's go. Oh, right there. Fuck yeah, dude. Oh, red key. Fuck. Well, there's the blue one. I need to have a reading rainbow for all your skill books. You're right, I do.
I can go anywhere.
Suck my dick.
Friends to know.
Come on. Kill them. Not me. Kill them. Did you win? Workers of the Horde unite! For too long we have suffered under chiefdom and the exploitation of the goblin and by the goblin. With gobunism, it will be the exact opposite. Magic and shamanism are the opiate of the masses and shall be forbidden. Raiding and pillaging goals will be extended. For the revolution, we shall also seize the means of production and destruction weapons of reproduction, women. Booty will be shared truly equally, but orcs will get a triple share, being obviously more equal than others. Together we can finally achieve dictatorship of the Goblitariat, temporarily embodied in a single indispensable flawless individual, me, your glorious leader. thought there would be a red key there. Ow! Red key, red key, red key, red key. Looking for the red key. Not there. What are you doing? You are on my side. Kill the other guy. What are you doing? Why? See? Red keys! Oh, damn it. Oh, well. Okay. Great fucking cool game. That was fun. That's a fun game. I can see how you can put some hours into that, doing all bunch of random shit. That was fucking The Adventures of Sir Kix-a-Lot. That's right. All right. Sir Fart-a-Lot. Oh, Vince giving a sub to Sir Fart-a-Lot, and I missed it. I'm so sorry. Thank you. And welcome Sir Fart-a-Lot. And Slim Killington with 8 years. Thank you for that as well, Slim. All right. What are we getting? Imagine that. We're going to play the $35 fucking game. Okay. Sounds good. Where are you? 0 parades for dead spies. All right. You better enjoy this. About $15 more than I'm used to paying. Okay. All right. 0 parades. There we go. For dead spies.
A new assignment. That's what she promised us. A chance to unwrite the black record.
Oh, Paru. What up, Paru?
Fate from its socket. She said it's going to take luck, skill, and all the psycho
Thank you, Paru.
maneuvers
Gifting
we
out
can manage.
5 big
And
sub-a-dubs
when it all turns to ash,
to War Freak, X-Ray Girl 13, Kangs,
we make it
Max
up as we
Overdrive,
go
and
along. There was
Sivad
nowhere
Slayer.
we wouldn't follow.
Hail, Berserkers!
Network of minds.
Thank you so very
interlinked,
much.
Acting as one.
Okay, this thing is downloaded.
Out of the freezer.
Okay.
Into the frying pan.
Here you go. I'll let you guys watch this while I go. I'm just going to take a pee real quick. I'll be right back.
Zero Parades for Dead Spies is an espionage RPG brought to you by Zaum Studio, award-winning makers of Disco Elysium, available now on PC. You play as Herschel Wilk, a disgraced spy returning to the city of her failure for a desperate assignment. To pull it off, you've got to untangle a web of intrigues and assemble a new crew from the ashes of your former network. Along the way, you'll uncover the secrets of a massive, vibrant city, home of unforgettable characters brought to life with full voiceover.
That's right.
Get advised or confused by 15 unique skills. Change your beliefs with conditioning. Shape your mind into a weapon. Survive high-stakes dramatic encounters. Together they cause lasting ripples for yourself and the assignment. With multiple ways to approach every task, you have the chance to own the story, as long as you can live with the results. Zero Parades for Dead Spies, available now on PC.
There's one thing I still don't understand. Why didn't they kill me?
Lock in, operant. You have been unfrozen. Portofino awaits. A psychedelic espionage RPG for you to explore. Put the old crew back together
Rock and roll, baby. Heavyweight.
And save them.
I'm down for the whole thing. Wall of fire, tram, exit, whatever.
Or burn it all down again. Focus on the mission.
Must the same life be broken and reassembled time after time?
Okie dokie.
Make mistakes.
You guys got enough of a teaser for this? So we can just fucking fire it up? Because that's what we doing. Oh, we didn't. Oh, I didn't do my thingy. All right. From the creators of Disco Elysium comes Zero Parades, an espionage RPG. You're a brilliant but tormented operand on one final desperate assignment. Gather your broken network, untangle a web of lies, and prove yourself on the world stage, or blow it all up again. This one came out 2 days ago. Developed and published by Zaum. It is $39.99 or $35.99 if you already own Disco Elysium. Photosensitivity warning, y'all. All right, good, fine, yep. Text size. Let's do large. Okay. Oh, I didn't reset the poll, right. Thank you. Let's do that. Zero Parades is off. Set the poll. Yes. Okay. Thank you for reminding me. Yep. Now you go vote again. For the people who are still here, you vote on the next game. Do it up. All right. Volume, whatever. I don't think there's going to need to be like a bunch of, yeah, because this is. Wow, you can customize the outline color and the UI colors. Interesting. When enabled, the mouse cannot leave the bounds of the game window. Okay. Twitch integration. When enabled, Twitch stream viewers will be able to see contents of character menus and be able to vote on dialogue and journal tasks when player allows. Okay. Let's do that. Let's see what happens. Okay. All right, looks like it worked. Connected to Ezekiel the Third. Twitch stream viewers will be able to see contents of character menus and be able to vote on dialogue and journal tasks when the player allows. Interesting. I'm not sure how that works. Did it put something like on the screen or something? Do I have to get a fucking extension? I see nothing. Okay. I guess we'll find out. See what happens. See if it, like, you know, it appears on your screen, or there's something you can do. I don't know. Maybe like without an extension, they usually do like a chat bot. Oh, what kind of spy are you? Arrowhead, arrow through the brain. Okay. Oh, you got an extension on screen. You did. Okay, that's cool. Oh, so this is like a strength build, a charisma build, an intelligence build, I'm guessing, and a chaos build, perhaps. Oh, okay. There we go. Kinetic. Iron Maiden, Stuttering Void, Cognitive Lightweight. You excel in physical conditioning and applied violence. Emotions thwart you. An engineer of the human soul, spiritually vast, mentally undeveloped. Your cognitive powers make up for a frail body. a big brain in a glass jar. Or I can customize it. Oh, so they all have 4, 2, and 1. You know what? I'm going to be the neighborhood darling. Absolutely. That's me. CJ with 129. Thank you, CJ. Oh, so I do need an extension? Okay. They didn't tell me I needed an extension. There. All right. It's remind me to deactivate that though. Okay. You might need to refresh your video player. It's up? Okay. You didn't need to refresh? Okay. Yo, Xerxist! Thank you for the 92 months. Raise an action skill to train your body and its impulses. Oh, okay, okay. But I don't wanna. Shadow play. For any action you'd rather go undetected, advanced covert spy techniques. The voice of your training. Hold on. Do I have to pick one of these? And how do I... Oh, maybe I can take one of each to, like specialize in maybe? Okay. That's probably what it is then. Okay. So coordination. Different parts of your body acting in concert, agile, fluid movement, physical presentation. When you must do more than a single, you could. In terms of, okay. How your organism perpetuates itself. Perceptions and pleasure of the phenomenal world. Notice details that others miss. Okay, let's do that. Okay, you do get one of each. Okay, you get to put one skill point and all that. Okay, blueprints. Your knowledge of the city and how people use it. Buried secrets, useful shortcuts, improvised exits. Attunement of facial expressions, tics, body language. Read the room and act before anyone else. Hold read. Nerve, when the task requires a steady hand and a quiet mind, don't let the world see what's behind the mirror. Personalism, what makes people tick, yourself included. Empathy and manipulation, your humanity at large. Statehood, social force embodied in presence and coercion. Command and intimidate others, internalized propaganda. All right, personalism, let's do it. And then entanglement. Spooky action across this plane and beyond, extrasensory awareness, influence of the stars. Gray matter, deductive and inductive reasoning. The rational side of your mind finds the order in everything. See and express what others can't with poetics. Engage your creative engine, lateral thinking and subconscious associations. The totality of facts about the world. Okay. The secret language of machines and consumer product, the technoflex. I'm going to do entanglement. Not that it really matters.
I once knew a spy. She was brilliant, erratic, cursed, an anti-personal mind in human form. Her friends called her Herschel, but to her controllers, she was Cascade.
Your name and your cryptonym. A dead limb twitches.
I was good at my job at least. What was I to my friends?
The abandoning kind. One by one, she watched her friends go out like distant lights.
Cut the she stuff, that's me.
It is. And was. Portofino 91. The whole sick crew. A disaster untold. A black page in the official records.
The memory hums, an exposed wire.
No sense in rehashing the past.
None at all. Yet here we are, standing over the smashed and leaking world.
What about Cascade? What happened after 91?
She was recalled. They put her in the freezer. Forever.
They were wrong.
Even in those dark days, there were whispers among the lower sublevels, where they keep the true believers. Don't count Cascade out. 5 years passed. A little more of the world leaked out of itself. Cascade's controllers ordered her back to Portofino.
Yeah, I streamed Disco Elysium once they had voice acting. I did a playthrough. I tried punching that little fucking Kuno kid like 7 times and never made it. No, because I was physically like bad. So every time I tried, I failed. What changed? So why send me back?
Because I asked them to. There is a new assignment, Cascade. I was supposed to give you the brief.
You tried punching kids? No, I tried punching a kid. And trust me, if you played Disco Elysium, he deserved it. If any kid deserved a slap in the mouth, it was that fucker. Who'd you say you were?
No one special. Just an arm-like sack of cytoplasm. A special move unique to single-cell organisms. But before that, I was like you. A spy for the People's Republics. One of the varieties of mankind.
I'm here. Where are you?
Right here. In an armchair in a safe house above a 24-hour photo shop in the city-state of Portofino. This is a dangerous place, Cascade.
So they're
I
trying
should never have come.
They're trying to give me a fucking panic attack over there. My anxiety is at 5 out of what looks like 7 for the next hash mark. You mentioned a new assignment?
One that could really turn things around. For you, of course. Independent thought and movement are a bit beyond me in my current state.
You ever played Planescape Torment? I think I might have tried it out, but I didn't get very far. I think it was a CD-ROM game, but I can't be sure. I'm not sure if I'm thinking of that one or a different one. There's quite a few D&D CD-ROM games, if you can imagine. All right. Stuff happens, you know.
Would you like to hear a secret? Whatever happens has already happened.
Okay. You have what stuck in your head?
Hey, it's me, it's Omelette Man.
Toilet seat is up. Dishes recently washed. Nearly identical sets of shirts and trousers ironed and folded. Pseudopod, you presume? Oh, okay.
Displayed on the chair before you is a man, approximately mid-30s. His chest rises and falls in steady rhythm as he stares beyond you, unblinking. Alive, yet not alive.
Hello,
His eyes
pseudopod?
are fixed glassily on the ceiling. The pupils quiver like a failing heartbeat. No response, no jolt, no tremor. All posts deserted.
Failure. You're going to pin this. They're going to pin this on you. That's why you're here. This is a big setup. Look at his eyes.
The green of long corroded copper. As for the face around the eyes, his jaw hangs slack, his glasses askew. The lopsided headphones accentuate a large bald spot atop his crown. Stiff collared shirt, a snug brown jacket, and nothing below the waist but a pair of red briefs.
I'm missing something. This doesn't add up.
As your eyes reach his feet, you notice that the man is also wearing 3 layers of socks, each slightly shorter than the one beneath it. This detail strikes you as very sad.
Check the area around him.
There is no smell of alcohol, nor any open containers, no drug paraphernalia either. Just a loose cord trailing to the stereo system.
Check his vitals.
Your fingers detect a faint, steady pulse within the base of his wrist. Elevated, but not critical. When in theatre, an operant must always prepare to be assassinated. Of course, it is better not to be killed.
But he's not dead yet.
Then the body is disobedient and must be brought to order.
There's a procedure your controllers taught you for this situation, but all you can focus on is his face.
The man's eyes glisten. Bright red veins blossom around their edges.
First impression. I can't work with this.
There may be little opportunity for a second, based on the current visual. However he ended up like this, the result is the same. Operant lost.
The assignment, man, what is it?
A snail's trail of dried saliva glints on the side of his chin. The people's spy cannot be caught shirking. Time to escalate.
Coerce pseudopod back into service. Pulse present. Order of the party clearly non-responsive. %. That was a huge failure. Where is my assignment brief? Shake him.
You grab him by his skinny shoulders and heave him upright, his head lolling backwards as he rises. This non-reaction is alarmingly reactionary. If keeping him is no gain, then losing him is no deficit.
Why are you fucking me, pseudopod? This is my big comeback. You're being extremely selfish. Useless. Perfect. Now check his temperature.
He lands in an awkward position, a cut string puppet, bony hips raised to the air like antennas. Flaunting a reactionary pose, further insole. Leave the brief hog where he lies.
And stay floored.
He does not respond, though if you didn't know any better, his deserted eyes seem to be urging you towards the bathroom. A drop of blood shines on his lip. He must have bitten his tongue on the way down. Out of his chair he looks smaller, more fragile, and deeply lost.
Searching for clues.
Clipped to the inside flap of his jacket, you find a laminated badge, emblazoned with the crest of the Import-Export Bureau of the People's Republic of Kohila.
Okay.
The name reads, Esteman T. Below that, a title, Im Ex-Lead Hosiery. Sock Merchant, one of the opera's most battle-tested covers.
The word lead burns itself into the center of your visual field. Hold up, lead?
That's what the badge says.
Or lead? Merely a cover, of course.
And look how well that worked out for him. You remain ungovernable.
I suppose I did fuck it in the official parlance.
No, in the official parlance, you. Then you. But not before. And...
That explains the 3 pairs of socks.
Wearing the wares for ease of display. An operant committed to his role.
I'm just gonna say this right now. I'm not sure how much I can stand this narrator, per se. She's a little weird. So, this is your reminder to just vote. Vote on the next game, just in case. Just in case. In case we want to switch fast. Just in case. Check his pockets.
3 other things of note. A slip of paper, a business card, and a rock-hard piece of candy. It's a purchase order for 10 socks, made out to Carmuna Pessoa, Fashions and Garments, Bootleg Bazaar.
Oh, I gained 5 experience from that, okay.
Bootleg Bazaar. No coordinates found. Some kind of marketplace, and not one you've ever been to.
I should check this place out. It's a lead in any case. You just need a local to direct you. I'll hold on to this.
The slip of paper grows heavy in your hand. It feels like a baton.
A baton. Examine the business card.
The card is cheap and scuffed. It reads, all you need is miracle. Above a cartoonish image of disembodied lips at a phone receiver. Notably absent is an actual phone number.
Turn the card over.
There's an indecipherable scribble. Whatever's written seems to begin with a D.
These nuts! Sorry, I had to.
Into your pocket
Internet
it
law.
goes.
Candy, nice.
A wrapped up rectangle of compressed sugar. It's so hard that your fingers cannot make an impression, no matter how much you strain. Cola flavor, if you had to guess.
Eat it!
It takes 5 jaw tenses before you manage to shatter it. Sugary daggers jab the inside of your mouth.
Your tongue is glass-dusted carpet, your inner cheek bloodied ribbons. The flavor is nothing like cola, deeply unpleasant. Not bad. Keep chewing.
After a few more game attempts to chew, it takes all the will you possess to swallow the jagged claw. Its aftertaste contaminates your mouth.
Great.
You retract your hand from the man's pockets.
Nothing more to be done here.
Your double didn't notice your arrival. He doesn't notice your departure either.
I don't know who this guy is or what I just did or who I am or anything like that. Very nice and vague. Mere flash of red catches your eye.
This small table has been turned into a makeshift desk. The startlingly red folder stands out against the clutter.
Examine the red folder.
Small label in the top left corner is printed with one word. Your cryptonym.
Cascade. I will open it.
The folder opens with a whoosh. Before you in neat monospace type, your life is condensed to its barest elements. Name Will Kershaw, cryptonym Cascade. Born Landau, former Republic of Mercia. Dependents none. Pay class D2. Years of service 14.
That's what people liked about Disco, right? Things not making sense. We'll just make a game where nothing makes sense. I don't know, man. Disco Elysium started you off with, you know, just like bare bones. It didn't try to confuse you too much right away or give you too much information. It was just like, hey, you're a fucking drunk, weird looking fucking deadbeat. Those are the facts. Now go from there. And you spend the rest of the time inside this fucking drunken deadbeat's fucking head.
Childhood. Bourgeois, typical. History of student radicalism led to persecution by monotheist reactionaries. Fled to People's Republic of Kohila. Embraced post-historical materialism.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you I understood all of Disco Elysium, because I didn't. But I understood, like, it eased you in better than this one has so far.
In short, born capitalist, reborn communist.
I only said that stuff so they let me in.
Medical record. History of dissociative episodes and reckless action. Gunshot, chest. Retained bullet. 10mm pre-service. The bullet nuzzles your aorta. Your heartbeat flutters. Sexuality. Homosexual tendencies. Unconfirmed.
Confirmed.
Suicide risk minimal. Ideation only. As our moral statisticians have repeatedly instructed, suicide is merely a coward's way to spit one last time upon the party.
It's all ideation until you commit.
End of list. According to this file, that's all there is to you.
Raw facts cannot capture the totality of my being. This is me, but it doesn't feel like me. Anything else in here?
There's another page behind this one. It's labeled Service History. A tingle in your fingers. Your head grows lighter as you approach the crash site.
41%. Read your service history. Do it. Hey, success. Good on me.
In just a few words, the worst failure of your life is reduced to bureaucratic shorthand. Previous assignment, Portofino 88 to 91. Network, whole sick crew. Operants, Cascade. Assets.
Run your fingers over the names of your former crew.
A secret the Opera has elected to keep from itself.
Why was Pseudopod reading my service history?
Obvious. The Opera wanted him to know what sort of spy he'd be working with.
Read the latest entry.
Most recent assignment, Novessa, 91 to present. Satellite Facility B. Status inactive. AKA the Freezer. The Opera's labyrinthine archival complex, where the old, useless, and discredited are consigned until they're dismissed, or die of despair. Or very occasionally, until fate recalls them to the Opera's service.
That's enough of that.
The folder shuts itself with a tiny sigh.
Rummage through the desk.
Amidst the crumpled sheets of copy paper and empty takeout containers, you find an opened pack of cigarettes. Suprema mark.
Examine them.
There's nothing outwardly noteworthy about this pack of Suprema 100s. It's like any other found in commissaries and corner stores across the People's Republics. Except...
Hold on.
Secreted neatly against the inner wall of the pack, just as you were once taught to do yourself. A crisply folded sheet of A7 paper. It reads... ZWS, JMXVBTW, AON, TRRA, KB, ZQYMUSGS. You've carried papers like this, folded up and hidden away in secret pockets and compartments.
This is a ciphertext.
Short, uneven letter chains, likely a Rosetta cipher, the most basic kind used by the Operant Bureau, designed to be decrypted by a one-time key.
Take the
That
smokes.
slides nicely into your pocket, as though it always belonged there.
Step back.
As you turn away, a phone begins to ring.
Okay. Let's answer the phone.
You pick up the phone. The handset vibrates in your palm.
Hello?
Before you even finish speaking the word, the device connected to your phone base splits it into 256,000 encrypted fragments.
Wait a minute. Why do I know 256,000? Is that the square of something?
Half a world away, a familiar voice splits into a corresponding number of fragments before coalescing again by your ear.
Please tell me you have good news.
The voice of authority.
You know what? Nah. Yeah. Let's move on. I want to move on to something fun. This, I mean, for many reasons, not the least of which it's kind of putting me to sleep. The narrator's voice is very much putting me to sleep, and I'm not, there's no inflection in what she's saying. It's very robotic and yeah. I uninstalled the extension. Should be deactivated, but is it? Did it deactivate itself? Is it gone? It's gone? Okay, good. Okay. Alrighty. Well, let's see what you guys voted on. I know I didn't give you a lot of time, but let's see. It's going to be, wow, it's close between Phenopolis and House Always Wins. Let's give you 45 seconds until the top of the next hour. So you got 45 seconds to vote. If you have not voted yet, I will give you a chance to do so, since we kind of cut out a little early on that one. But yeah, I couldn't do it. Also, I felt weird doing it because of the whole Studio Zaum thing. Like, I felt weird from the start, really. I should have just taken it off the poll at the beginning. You know what this stream needs? Korean FMVs. You're right, it does. All right. 2, 1, and let's see what it is. Let's do one last refresh. Bloop. And it looks like the winner is The House Always Wins by 3 votes. All right, time for a casino. Casino building sim. Okay. Well, as far as that goes, like, there's no AI disclosure. Like, they don't disclose any AI in the game, so, like, I don't know. I don't know what, like, in-game it doesn't look like AI. Maybe the generated image here, very, very GTA looking image. But as far as the game itself goes, doesn't say anything about it. I don't know what you want me to do. They're supposed to disclose AI. Yeah, Steam has guidelines and rules about that. Like if it has AI in it, you're supposed to. I assume you're supposed to be disclosing that in the AI disclosure section.
One more, please.
Okay, what is this game all about? Build a top-tier business, solo or in co-op, 1 to 4 players. Start from scratch, keep the slot machine spinning, and deal with the chaotic events like vandals and alien invasions. Grow your fortune and show everyone why the house always wins. This one came out 2 days ago, developed by Toxic Studio, published by them and Polden Publishing. It's $11.69. Let's do it. Let's check it out. Sure. I will share my analytics, you betcha. Connect Twitch. What is this? If you're a streamer and you want your audience to influence the course of the game and create funny situations in real time, connect your Twitch channel during the stream. Oh, damn it. Okay, fine. What does that say? Done. Okay. Is there an extension for this too? That guy's gonna fuck that goose. That guy's gonna fuck that goose. Oh, just let the shit. Casino tools. Category contains essential tools for maintaining your casino. Drag tools into the quick slot panel and assign them to number keys and squiggly. Okay. Yep. Okay. First things first. There we go. Let's turn up the mouse sensitivity. A little better. Okay. Gimme. Cleaning. You gotta mop the dirt, clean the trash, and dispose of it in the dumpster. Okay. Got it. So first thing, you always gotta clean up shit, I guess. At least it's only one push. Get out of here! Get out of here, bird! There you go. Right, pick it up. Oh. Oh, there we go. Take the trash bin. Aha! Okay, so we go. Clear, 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 clear. There we go. Okay. Now, take that to the bin, which I'm guessing is out back here. What the fuck? Oh, that's customized character. Okay. Where's the trash? There we go. Dump it. Well, now, go to the Blackbird Boutique and customize your character. Blurp. Blurp. There you go. Yep. There you go. Okay. Go with that. And then that. Oh, yeah, there you go. There we go. That's our casino. I can't tell where her neck begins and her chin. I love it. Give her some red shoes, you bet. There we go. Let's just max out everything. Yep. Oh, hairstyle. There we go. Wait. I'm not done yet. All right, I'm just gonna not look. Okay, and no whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies, and stop. Perfect. Oh, you can scroll down. Oh, there's more. Look at that. There we go. There we go. Let's max it out. Max it out. There we go. Max settings. Perfect. Getting good. Getting real good. Oh, man. We got a winner. There we go. Calves. Got to get her calves. Give her some upper arm strength. Give her some forearm strength. And of course, breast size is already maxed out. Okay. Yep. See, you two can make this same person because, you just max out all the settings. Is all you do. Max out all the settings. There you go. The goose. Fucking shit. Look at all these fucking outfits. That one's great. Okay. Sure. Whatever. I don't care. It's first person. I won't be seeing her anyways. Oh, buy a Forest Fever slot. I gotta, buy a slot machine. Nope. Oh, that was the sort of buy the machines? Oh, Spin Tech. That's the name. Oh, okay. Oh, they're all grayed out. I looked at this and I was like, this is some sort of spa or something. Okay. Okay. Oh, God. No, snap. Please snap. Okay. Whatever. All right, so we put him right by the door. Open the upgrade menu on your tablet. Buy the bar upgrade. Oh, there we go. Okay. Guests take snacks and drinks from shelves and bring them to the bar. Highlight items must be scanned. Oh my God, I gotta scan shit in the casino, dude. Oh, come on. Illumination, thank you for the gifted sub to Lord Lunga. Okay. Go to the Zabek store. Oh my God. Going to physical stores? Are you kidding me, dude? Products. Oh, got it. Okay. I can buy a bunch of shit here. All right. Buy 5 Dairy Cream bars. Oh, there we go. Runner's cheese chips. Aqua Peaks water. And orange juice. Okay. Oh, the Twitch vote is happening now? In the tutorial? All right. Great. Okay. Aquapeaks water. Okay. Keep your casino clean, serve customers properly, and make sure you have all the necessary equipment for everyone. Your casino rating depends on cleanliness, available items, and how well your casino is equipped. The status bar shows cleanliness level. Your rating is shown with stars, so always aim for 5-star casino. The higher your rating, the more people will enjoy your casinos, the more money you earn. Right. Start the working day. Okay. Oh, that's 100 per spin. Oh, Adam's in there. Grinbringer in there. Howdy. Well, Pox. There's Paru. Coming to gamble. I don't know what to tell you, kid. I don't have much in the way of anything. I have 3 machines and that's it, guys. Paru left. Bye, Paru. And these are, yeah, these are $2,000 each. $12 for juice? Where the fuck is this? San Francisco? Did the alien just shit on my floor? Okay. What is with this fucking music though? This is not music for a casino. At least they don't make me punch it in. That's nice. I bought a $30 beer once at Vegas burger joint, Johnny Rocket, I think it was. Oh yeah, that's nothing compared to like a ballpark. If you go to like a baseball game or some shit like that, holy fuck, they gouge you. What? Oh. Oh, collect 620. Oh, okay. Okay. Haru is not having a good time at this machine. Well, now you are. Got the 7s there. Good job. Uncool Bob walks in looking like a fucking. Oh, he doesn't have any money. He's looking for his wallet. He fucking pissed on my floor. He just came in and pissed. I have a soft spot for horse cum.
All these polls today, Zeke. I feel like we have more influence over your stream than Americans do over a presidential election.
Well, it's not wrong. You're not wrong. There we go. We're getting close, though. We're getting close. That was definitely uncool, Bob, to come in and piss on my floor. Who the fuck is this guy? What is the Techno Viking doing here? This retail bullshit should have nothing to do with my casino. I don't even know why they put this fucking bullshit in there. This fucking checkout counter bullshit. There we go. Buy the lotto upgrade. Oh, it's in my upgrade menu. Come to my casino, baby, you bet.
Come, baby, come, baby, baby, come, come. Come, baby, come, baby, baby, come, come.
All right. Go to the upgrades. Get the casino. Get the lotto. When your guests bring you lotto tickets, match the numbers on the ticket with those displayed on the screen. If they match, confirm the ticket, receive your sales commission. Accurate verification ensures you get paid for every sale. Sell lotto tickets. How does one do that? Do I buy the stand from this dude? From this place? Oh, is it in the corridor in the back? Oh, fucking there it is. Okay. Now, my only other question is this like a 24-hour casino? Do I close at any point? What up, Yasaroga boy? Work is until 6 a.m. Close if you close early if you want. Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to close early. If my machines are paying me out, just want to let that happen. But I desperately need someone to go get me like snacks and shit. Yeah. 'It's weird that I don't get it, like, I don't stock them myself. Yes, I can gamble on the machines, you bet. All right, what you got? Who is this? Communal? What do you got? 145468. 145468. I approve. What do I get out of this? Did I make money off of that? I didn't see. I didn't see any money if I made any. Uh-oh! Seven 4 7 7 4 2. Nope. Thanks for the thumbs up. Uncool Bob 936631. That's a good one. I like that I don't have to count out change. That's nice, at least. What'd you fuckers do to me? No, what are you doing? What's happening? What is happening? What up, Hazenberg? How you doing? Hello from Devs. Hello, Devs. You did smoking something. Something is smoking. I'll smoke too. Yeah, let me get a big old puff on that. Oh, there's 6 a.m. Okay. Yeah, no, hi. Hi, Hazenberg. I said hi. Hello from the devs. Hello, hi, Hazenberg. And Heel Jaldi has just gived you a sub. Yeah, I see the smoking thing in the top left corner. I see it, but what does that fucking mean? I don't even know what that symbol means. Smoking streamer, make it look like you're high, I guess? Okay. It's a smoking status. I don't know what the fuck that means either. You didn't explain anything. What's smoking? Who's smoking? What does that mean for me? Is it bad? Is it good? I don't fucking know. I can't see anything. Yep. Let's have a cigarette. Or have a stogie. Suck 'em a stogie. There you go. All right, now it's my turn. Let's see if I can win something. Collect, there we go, collect. Okay. Now it's my turn to gamble. I can only bet 3 times though, because I gotta buy a new machine. Do it. Damn it. One more time, that's it. Damn it. Nothing. Okay. I gotta go buy a new machine. Okay. All right. We'll have 3 next to each other with a space in between. How's that? That looks good. That looks fine. All right, close up for the day. I didn't sell enough lotto tickets. I gotta sell 2 more. Yep. Minus 5,000 profit. Oh, I don't have to go to sleep or anything. I can just start day 2. Oh, can I collect money from the one I played? That's a good question. No, it just takes it. All right, well, let's go. Let's start day 2. Go. Or go. Oh, I need, can I, where's the name of the casino? Oh, come on. When do I get to name my casino? If ever, it'd be nice. I got 0 items in my inventory. Oh, this is, okay. I see. Nope. No staff. No cameras. There we go. There's some people. Uncool Bob's coming in. Camino's back. Adam, Grinbringer. Wow, we got some regulars already. What you got, baby? 213634, 213634. You win. 13 bucks. That's what I got. I got 13 bucks. There you go, bud. Wow. This lady was hungry. Oh, Paru's gonna be my last one. Let's go. 769777. Nope, I'm sorry. So sorry. All right, time to buy the furniture upgrade. Furniture. Oh, I don't have enough for it. Okay. Oh, the astronauts are here. Hey, guys. Come on in, boy. Oh, it looks like they're on the moon still. Nice, okay. And their spaceship disappeared. Hey, and there's more aliens. Look at that. Come on, keep them coming. Nope. Sorry.
Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground.
Almost there. God damn it. What are you doing? You have no personal space, bud? No concept of personal space on your planet. Okay, now I can get the upgrade. Here we go. Casino, furniture. Okay. Now go to the IKEA store. Okay. Buy a place. Buy and place a chair. Buy and place a table. Oh, 3 times 1 time. Okay. Yo, buddy, what you got? 841? Nope. Declined. Oh, right. Can't decline with the garbage in my hand. Pox, what do you got? 65, 64, looks good. There you go, get some money. Astronaut wants some water and some chocolate. There you go. Oh yeah, I gotta go. Oh, Mr. White's here. It was, I mean, it was putting me to sleep, man. That's why I quit that last game. All right, I need a table. 600. Okay. And I need some chairs. Let's do... Wait. I bought a table. Is that not a table? Oh, I gotta place it. Oh, right. It won't count until I place it. Okay. There we go. There you go. How's that? Right in the way. Oh, that's him clicking. That's his Rad's clicking. I get it. Wow, a lot of people want shit. Oh, Blue, what's up, Blue Skin? 747-154. All right.
Engine running. Liftoff.
93673. Nope. All right, Uncool Bob, what you want? 175112. Nope. Man, people just keep pissing on my floor. There you go. All right, what you want, Gangnam Style? Let's go. Buy the customization upgrade and take the paint roller. Okay. Okay. Nope. Sorry. Incorrect. Oh, hi. What's up, Grinbringer? Oh, you are a Grinbringer, that's for sure. Hubba hubba bubba. She's just sitting there. Just having a sit. No big deal. Oh. Upgrade. Customization. There we go. Okay, and now we need the paint roller, which is downstairs. There we go. Damn. All right. 848797. No, sorry. Sorry, lady. My bad. Or your bad. Yeah. What? Oh, E to buy. Okay, fuck you. Okay. There you go. Okay. Okay, the place is really coming together. Come on. I need to restock this shit. God damn it. Man, people be hungry and or thirsty. There you go. What else you got? There we go. All right. Why is there no other people? Like, I'm getting the same exact people over and over again. Adam, Wapox, Grinbringer, Communal, like... They're just in different skins. Oh, maybe there's an extension? I don't know, like, how to get more variety there. Oh, I gotta paint the floor. Oh, there we go. Let's do some parquet. Yeah, let's do it a little more muted, please. There we go. Oh, hey, look! It's a Squid Game, but really tiny for some reason. That's what I was wondering. I was wondering if the people that keep coming in are people who bought the game. I knew it. I knew you were gonna. I thought you were gonna take a shit, but just leaving some pizza. There's Adam again. Yeah, I want to buy... Oh, is that an upgrade? Do I... Casino... Oh, yeah, they are upgrades. So, will these unlock these new machines? They'll unlock on their own over time? I'm guessing, yeah. I'm guessing if I just progress that they'll unlock, but I can't buy any of them yet. Oh. Yep, just 1 second, Bubba. Sorry. There it is. Okay, now we're closed. Now I can... Wait. I don't want to close. Oh, I closed. Oh, I haven't opened yet. Okay, so we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Okay. I gotta take my doggies out. They need to go out for a pee-pee, so. I forgot I'm home alone right now, so I gotta take care of the doggies. Thank you to Wabajack for giving a sub to IKEA! Welcome, IKEA. All right. Load a bowl, take a piss, grab a snack, and come back. Goes right back with more casino shit and Indie Saturday. And that's not it. That's not the right one. There it is. All right, be right back. Alrighty. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for hanging with me, and thank you for understanding that the pups need a break, just like Dad does. Alright, let's keep going. Okay. More bar goods. Okay, so they opened up some more shit in here. Oh. Okay. There. Okay. Steal a broken slot from Jacob. Buy workbench upgrade. Go to workbench, repair slot. Okay. Steal one. Okay. I guess we don't pay that guy. He doesn't need money. He looks like he's doing fine. All right, upgrade. Okay, not that one. Maintenance, there we go. Workbench. Got it. Vandals can appear inside your casino. They'll damage machines, start fires, and scare customers away. Use extinguisher to put out fires. Grab a weapon to deal with vandals before they cause serious damage. If you ignore them, they might destroy valuable equipment, so keep your eyes open. Yeah, thanks, guys. It's closed. It's closed. Why the fuck? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, you Kazakh piece of shit. It's a great bud, though. Nice work. Now that's a Zeke viewer. He must work out. Place. And repair the slot. Yes, repair it. By pressing this button. No, repair. There you go. Just goop it up. There you go. And that's it. Fixed. Easy peasy. Two more machines. We'll be good to go. Go to the Beat and Run store. Buy a baseball bat, but steal the fire extinguisher. $500 fucking for a bat? You gotta be kidding me. Now steal a fire extinguisher from the wall. Sounds good. Buy the brochure upgrade. Well, I can't buy it yet anyway. So, we got $800 left over. Let's gamble it on our brand new fixed machine. Cool. Actually, we do have enough. Oh, no! How much is that? 2,000? Oh, that means I can't gamble. But I'm gonna anyways. Here we go. Until I win something. I'm gonna gamble until I win something or get $0. Nothing. There's 200 bucks. There's 200 more dollars. We're on a hot streak. Let's go. Keep riding the hot streak. $300. We're hot. We're hot. Yeah, I don't know how this works. I really don't know like how gambling in your own casino works. Come on now. Big win. Something over 300 bucks would be nice. I want to see how much you can actually win with this. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. 200 bucks. Uncle Cass, let's play CeeLo. I wonder if the symbols like the wilds actually matter. I wonder if they're just set symbols that like every once in a while you'll just win like that. Look at that, Wild 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 8. That's worth nothing? That's worth 0? You're on one line? Well, I can't bet any other lines, unfortunately. It's just start or that's it. That's exactly my question. If I own the casino, who's paying me out? There we go. There's a $500. I bet that's the max. I bet $500 is the max I can win on that one. Okay. Oh, I can raise it. I can raise the bet. Oh, okay. 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 Upgrades. Gotta get this brochure thing. Oh, gamble money in your slots. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Nope. Yep, I think wild 10s and 7s are all I can get on this. It's very rudimentary. All right, last one. Need a win. There's a win. Look at that. There we go. Last one again. Hey, there we go. Keep it going. Keep it coming. There you go. Keep it coming. Winner, winner, winner. Let's go. 10-7 wilds. Let's do wilds this time. Seven's a winner. Let's hit those wilds. Let's hit those wilds and get $500. Nope. Okay, that's it. Let's open the doors. Okay, so it does count everything you gambled. Not, you don't have to lose 10,000. You just have to hit the button. What is it? 100 times. As long as you're, I mean, if you're betting 100 every time. Yep. Hey, the same old customer. Hey, Prince Ali's here. That's a new one. Scorch Hellfire's making it. Look at that. Look at all these people now. True Theris, Frick Loki. Look, new names, new names. I love it. Come on in. Oh, time for a Twitch vote. What do you want? A graffiti vandal? Spelled wrong. Pour streamer, a beer, smoke streamer. Yeah, the trash, they bring outside trash in to leave on my fucking floors. Did someone take my garbage that was on the floor? My garbage bag was on the floor, now it's gone. 172474, good job there. Big winner, True Theris with the lottery. 836355, 836355, that's an approve. Silfeld, good to see ya. Want some chips and sodas? You got it. Mephisto, nice top, I like it. You poured me a beer somewhere. Nope. Oh, I'm drunk. I get it. I'm okay. It's wavy lines. Okay. I see what's going on. Drunk effect, smoke effect. Okay. That's what you're doing. Wow, a lot of lottery fucks. Decline. Seven, 3, 4. Nope. 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 Decline. Seven, 8, 1, 6, 8, 9. Nope. Also wrong. 519-955. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Everybody's wrong. Everybody also wrong. 351056. Nope, nope, nope. There we go. Oh, there's my garbage. God, this takes for fucking ever. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Let me scrub it down. Come on, do the thing. Scrub it, scrub it. Clean it. There you go. We're losing valuable time here. Oh, this one needs something different. There we go. Good. Good Lord, guys. Communal is the Techno Viking. Or no, you're not. Never mind.
Looking good, boss. Halfway to the dream.
Thanks, buddy. Oh, there's more down here. That's why. These people are just leaving shit. Look at that. Fucking, they don't even know how to use these personal space. Okay. For being a casino, I'm sure serving up a lot of fucking candy bars and sodas and chips. Truth Harris looking good. You never look better. R34 Drifter with 51 months. Jesse, thank you with 50. Thank you guys. Welcome back. Crispy, hey, Crispy with the 98. Thank you, Crispy. Missed you. All right, what you want? 628 335. Yep, that's good. What else you got? Come on, come on, come on. Hurry up. Those are some nice titties, Silfel. 564 633. Looking good. Some nice jiggly boobies. All right, Superbot. 782. Nope, I'm sorry. You fucking lose. You fucking lose. Get out of here. Uncool Bob. 6332. Nope. Declined. Money. 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 Give me back my money! Goddamn fucking... the kid from Gary Coleman stole my money! Goddamn you, Gary! That's probably needs to be taken care of. There we go. So the machines can just light the fuck on fire then. Okay. Probably had an Intel CPU inside, maybe. Look at that, my 4.5 stars. Doing pretty good for being the only person doing anything here. Hey, Borat's back. Look at this guy. Yeah, looking like Borat and Chris Cornell had a love child. He just wants one nutty bar. He just wants one nutty in his mouth. Okay, I just gotta hold out until for 2.5 more hours. Come on now. Hurry up! Let me scrub! Let me scrub it! Hurry up, let me scrub, let me scrub. Scrub, 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 scrub. There you go. Everything further right? Yep, that's good. God damn it, how these break? And we're closed. Oh shit. Someone was really hammering on these buttons. Oh, that was it. That was an easy one. I like that one. That one was good. Oh, I had one more. Right. One more. I hate when people slam the slot machines at the casino. I do too. I'm like, can I please lose all of my fucking paycheck in peace without Mr. fucking Donkey Kong over here slamming shit around? Thank you. There they are. Look at him. Come on in, fellas. Goodbye. The casino was closed, so they left. All right, have fun down the street. You know what? Piss on it. I'm not going to separate them. It's just too much of a hassle. I'll just leave them all in a row here. They'll get filled up. No poker? We're out of here. All right, now I got to gamble more. Oh, let's up the risk. Let's see. Let's go 500 per push. Big winner, big winner. Let's go. Hey, that was 2,500 bucks. That's pretty nice. That's 5 pushes. I think that's the most I can get is 2,500. 5 times your bet. You know, I'm feeling lucky. Let's go up to 1,000. 1,000 bucks per pull. Let's go. Big money. There you go. Big money. Oh, we only need 600 more. Okay. And that was wrong. Keep doing that. Every time I do that. There we go. 600. There it is. No win. Okay. Buy the toilet upgrade. Nope, not the bar. Casino? Nope, not the casino. Maintenance. Toilet. 3,000 bucks for the toilet. Guests frequently visit restrooms where they can leave trash or cause a clogged drain. Clogged toilet becomes unstable until you clear it. Or unusable, unstable. Oh, unusable until you clear it. Guests who can't find a working stall will lower your casino rating. Keep the facilities clean and working to ensure your guests stay happy. Why bother? Why get a toilet if it's just gonna be a real bitch? And it's downstairs? Oh, so every time I want to clean it, I gotta go all the way down here? Fuck's sake. So it starts off poopy. $300. Oh, did they mark it? Okay. Oh my God, Pumpkin Bash upgrade. Let's go. We got a new machine. Oh, upgrade. All right, I gotta do this, that. 2,000 for the upgrade, and how much per machine? 3 fucking thousand, of course. God damn it. There, that's pretty good. Fuck is this? Oh, I emptied it out. Okay. Buy breadsticks, Locos chili chips, bits. Oh, they got a bunch of snackies that I can't afford. Yeah, also, can I clean the floors in the toilet? Seems like everything out here is fine. Oh. No, I gotta do the... There we go. Yeah, I can get floors for the bathroom, but I need to pay money to make them not filthy looking. All right, don't forget to vote. We're gonna switch games here in about 5 minutes, because that's what we do on Indie Day. Play some games, switch them up. New floor pre-pooped. Does my floor come pre-pooped? Go to the Zavix store. Oh, buy the fucking product pack upgrade. Yep, there it is. $800. Don't have enough. Don't have enough. You were so invested in this. Oh well. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you were invested in this, because I mean, you can invest in yourself, and if you invest in yourself, it only costs $11.69. That's it. $11.69. That's all you have to invest. But I do want to see the pumpkin game. 300 per push. Oh, let's win one. Here we go. Nope. Save it. Time to get out of here. All right, there you go. That was The House Always Wins. Not bad. As far as Sims game go, it was easy to get into. I wish the machines were a little bit more interactive, but what are you gonna do? Like, it seemed like the machines only had 3 win conditions. I would have liked to have seen it like behave like an actual slot machine. All right. Next is going to be Phonopolis. Yes, Phonopolis. This is a great game. We played the demo of this, and it was really fun. So I'm excited to check out the new one, or excuse me, the 1.0. $20? Jesus, you guys are fucking killing me today. It's gonna be $100 goddamn Indie Day. All right. Go ahead, get that one installed. Wow, 10.7 gigs for this. Would not have expected that. Phonopolis. Okay, let's see. Phonopolis is a story-driven adventure set in a hand-painted 3D world made of cardboard. Apparently, they made all these sets, actually by hand. Solve a wide variety of playful puzzles and help Felix, the leader's oppressive, end the leader's oppressive influence in a resonant dystopian city inspired by avant-garde art. This one came out on my birthday 3 days ago. Developed and published by Amanita Design, which is a mushroom, I believe. It is $22.49 or $20.38 if you own Machinarium, which I do. Let's go. Yeah, it auto-picked the bundle that was cheaper. Yeah, I think it does that. I think Steam does that automatically. Are there any options I care about? Not really. Okay. Let's go, new game.
A long time ago, Phonopolis was a city abundant with loudspeakers. At every corner, they urged us to work and orchestrated our lives from dawn to dusk. We all listened to their commands, building our leader's masterpiece in unison. That is, until the incident at the old opera house. Oh, by the way, my name is Felix. It
Felix?
means luck.
You gotta be kidding me. It's Felix. Come on, dude.
The loudspeakers
Felix.
stripped us of our past and left no room for doubt. Because only a human can doubt. But we were stronger than that. We were a whole crowd. Everything seemed crystal clear.
No, not phallus. Oh shit, I'm doing stuff. Okay.
Our task as garbage collectors was to cleanse the world of remnants of the old times, a backward, unfair past that it was necessary to break with forever. Back to work. The leader needs us.
Okay.
We shall abandon the past. Tomorrow is the deed. All in unison, effortlessly mindless, we are constructing a new life.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I got stuck. Oh fuck, I'm falling through.
Where am I? Hello? It seems that I am alone here.
Oh.
No loudspeakers in sight. It's so quiet that I can almost hear my own thoughts.
Oh, okay.
These old paintings, and that woman. She must be from the old times. It's as if I've already seen this somewhere. Huh, a curious device. I wonder what it's used for. That sound. It's a woman's voice, and it's beautiful. It sounds like a lullaby, or whatever they used to call it. A lullaby.
Hi, guys.
Just a song.
What's going on?
It's so beautiful.
Why are we here? What are we doing here? What are we doing? What is going on here? What is happening? Why are we attacking Father? Why are you attacking me? What is going on here? Jesus Christ. Is there thunder or something? They both came up at the same time. Is there thunder, lightning or something? I don't think so. It's pretty bright outside. I don't know what's going on. And then we just went outside not too long ago. I don't know what's going on. What? What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, you... They decided to come up here and fight. They decided to come up here and fight with each other for some reason. What are you doing, you weirdos? They needed a referee? Yeah, right? I don't know what's going on. You guys are welcome to stay here. Do I have bacon grease on my nips today? Not as far as I know. Would you like some? You know what? It's been a while. Yeah.
The old opera
Grease up my
house.
nipples, please.
It's like there was an explosion here.
Ah. There we go. Maybe. Oh, I just had to lift it up 3 times and smash it.
Hello? Is anyone there? Strange. It feels as if there's someone else here. Hello? Is anyone there?
Can you get up there now?
It feels as if there's someone else here.
Nope. Yeah, we played the demo, yep.
Hey, come out. Hello? Am I the only one here?
Fucking finally, what the fuck? Why would they make that so weird to manipulate? Oh, the bird's in the way. There we go.
Ooh. And what might this be? This looks funny.
Headphones.
Maybe I can.
Oh, that's right. This is the mechanic. The leader can't get to your brain now.
I think I'll keep it. Hello? Am I the only one here?
Uh-oh. Okay. Look at that. A ladder.
A time will come so strong that it will set us free from our doubts. Unnecessary human clutter. Why are they collecting these beautiful things? They seem exhausted. That vase was for flowers. I'm not hearing any orders from the loudspeakers.
You can't control me! Yeah, I was just gonna say, just leave, dude. Just get out. Wait, can I get out of here? No, no. Yes, Saku, I do. Okay, it's red now. Is it going to, like, be too much for the machine and the machine will break? Yep, too much. It's too big.
Excuse me, Mr. Officer, but I can't hear you. I don't feel like working today. Hey, let me go. Wait, let me go.
I don't have it, Nitsuj. It's not. It's. You gotta spend money to play that soundbite now. 400 bits.
Disobedient member of society, and such people were always dealt with the same way. They faced the ear wash.
They faced the ear wash. Well, I'm trying to make him, like, crash or something.
Almost there.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, okay. So you just gotta find the right combo to crash this fucking thing. There you go. Is that not it? I refunded their points back, Princess Punker. Don't get up my ass about it. No, it really seems like that is the right one, man. It seems like that right there, because he's like banging around. What? I don't even know what the fuck this thing is. This is like a sucker thing. God, it just, I mean, it feels like that's absolutely the right, like, call. See, it's like crashing it.
Almost there.
Oh, okay, hold on.
One more step.
Oh, okay, so it tells you when you're close, so. Oh! How did his... Why did his bubble come up? His bubble wasn't up before. Oh, because I banged him around? Oh, the banging got the bubble loose. Okay. There we go. Now we got him. That was a long corridor, man. Almost as long as the one in Neverhood, right? Yeah.
It exploded.
Oh, and here's where the demo starts.
Life in the workers' quarter carried on as usual, but something lingered in the air. People were anxiously awaiting the arrival of the absolute tone, but none of it reached me anymore. The loudspeakers had lost their power over me. This is our house of culture and leisure. Portal to the bureaucratic quarter for the chosen few only.
Hear, obey.
Workers' house. Workers' house.
Have you thought about getting a haircut? Oh yeah, I'm gonna shave my head and clean up my beard here someday soon. It's really low on the priority list though.
Already? Before dawn? It seems the leader didn't waste any time.
I'm not getting rid of it. I'm just gonna trim it up. So it doesn't look like I fucking comb my hair with a fucking, or comb my beard with a fucking fishbone. And also, like, I've got so much neck beard going. So much neck beard that I'm hiding from you all. That needs to be trimmed, like, terribly.
A factory for loudspeakers. Figures.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Huh?
Oh, there's an
What's
airplane.
this? It'll be a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Felix. Come to an apartment in the women's house. Fellow companions.
Okay.
This seems fishy. Why are they inviting me, of all people?
There we go. There we go. Now we put the ladder up there. And there we go.
I entered a strange apartment brimming with all sorts of old things, antique furniture and paintings full of musical instruments. Almost everything in this apartment was strictly forbidden. At first, I wanted to flee, but there was something about that painting, the portrait of that opera singer. Curiosity made me stay. That's her little bird. Why are there so many portraits of her in the room? I was right. Somebody's watching me. Then suddenly, a group of 3 men entered the room, each quirkier than the other. The tall one introduced himself as composer and cellist Sergei Leopold. The man in the chair was an old music theorist called Muranev Alphonse. Last, but not least, there was Bafov Anton, former conductor of the Municipal Symphonic Orchestra. They were the 3 traitors, the public enemies from that poster. My blood was running cold.
Good day to you, Mr. Felix. We are pleased to meet you,
says the tall one.
It seems that you enjoy the silence too, just like we do. We saw you at the old opera house.
I've never been there, but I know you. You betrayed our leader and his great idea.
Oh, please, Mr. Felix.
They laugh.
Do you still believe that? Why'd you keep wearing these headphones then? Don't you like the leader's loudspeakers? And what about the absolute tone?
Everyone knows the absolute tone will help us to work harder than ever, as a perfect machine, free from all the doubts and despair of the old times. Only that will make us happy forever.
That is nonsense, and you're well aware of it, Mr. Felix.
We call people like you collaborators.
Loudspeakers do not even
and we
work
hang
as
collaborators.
intended, and the absolute tone is nothing but an empty promise that will not do any good for anyone. It's just not going to work. Bear in mind that only the old and the beautiful can guide us towards perfection, Mr. Felix.
And what about the woman and her beautiful voice? Who is she? I continued asking.
That's Raquel, Mr. Felix. Don't you remember her?
No, I've never seen her.
Oh, but you have, Mr. Felix. The entire city knew her, and you must have too. The leader must have already erased everyone's memory. It's the bloody loudspeakers. They dig deep into people's minds.
So, who is this Raquel?
Everyone adored her singing. Her voice was so pure and enchanting. Truly an exceptional talent.
Zoop, zip. Oh God, where do I hide? They took all the good hiding spots. Oh. So I go. Yep, get out! Go! They're distracted by the cuckoo! Fuck! Maybe Praxis.
What was that? A dream? Was I really dreaming? That's impossible. I haven't had dreams in a very long time. No one in the city has.
Get up! We got shit to do! Oh, that's right! It saws through the O. No, no, no! There you go. No, no! Oh, goddamn, the garbage chute!
What have I gotten myself into?
What indeed?
The police won't just leave me be from now on. And who is this Rachel? And how come no one remembers her? Could it be that everyone in the city has lost their memory? And haven't these loudspeakers always been here?
A very weird thing happened to me. On Thursday, I went to get my hair cut. I walked back to my apartment. A dude looked at me straight in the eyes and sea-hiled me. I've double-checked and I did not cut my hair too short, and I do not look like a nut. What the fuck is going on? I don't know, Texas. Drink a beer. Take a shit. Or, oh, get your curlers done. Make dinner.
Almost there, just need a bit more muscle. Almost there, just need a bit more muscle. It's given a bit, it seems.
So she gets pissed off. It's on top of the television. She dumps it down the drain.
It's given a bit, it seems.
Okay, so I think I need the beer up on top of the television. So he drinks the beer, puts it on top of the television, or the milk, or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know what the fuck it is. Okay. Okay, so that tells him to get a beer. And that... oh, it tells him to put the... Oh, they switched spots. Okay, now she's got the muscle to do it. Okay. Okay. And now is that enough? I mean, does she need the muscle beer or something? Oh, she's trying to watch TV. She's all drunk and angry, and now, Uh-oh. Yo, Vincent giving a sub to Constipated Face. Does my face look constipated?
No way, they mustn't spot me here. They'll see me if I move now.
Okay, so I move him up this way, I'm guessing? And then if I do this one, push her into the alley. Yep, there we go. Get him in there. And fall off again. Whee! Got one of them. There we go. One of them's off. Okay, he is wobbling. There we go. Now it blows him out, right? Yep, yep. It's a cool little game, man. I like it. I like it.
Well, that should keep them off my back for a while.
Okay. Now where do I go?
Well, seems we've hit the portal. The grocery store. Out of stock again, I guess.
Around the corner where fudge is made. That's a good idea. I should find the fudge factory. I've heard if you stick your finger in the hole, out comes a Tootsie Roll.
Worker's house?
Yeah, we'll have at least one more game today, Austin. Probably in about 25 minutes. We'll switch over whatever you guys want to see next.
A factory for loudspeakers.
Clancy guy with 39 big months. Thank you, Clancy.
The three elders.
Ah.
I wonder what happened to them.
They bugged out and left me to get caught by the cops, pricks. 69, that's right. Nice. Oh, what's this? I can go in here. Oh, okay. How? What the fuck? Oh. Oh, you can click them to move them. I didn't know I could click them to fucking rotate them. Well, I mean, obviously. I mean, that makes it a lot easier. They didn't give me a button to rotate it. Oh, okay, I was gonna say, like, that's solved. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, god damn it, it's making a big turd. Oh, okay. That just didn't make logical sense to me. Okay.
I don't know this place. Dustmen aren't even allowed here. This is where they watch everything, keep records, and track our every move.
I must be
These
a dustman.
bureaucrats, they're the ones ruling over our lives. That's the Department of Broadcasting. It's a public canteen, but it's closed. Portal to the Avant-Garde Quarter. Only the city's finest are allowed in, the leader's inner circle. The House of Propagandists. The Central Committee of Phonopolis. That's where they run the city. This is the Phono Bureau, where our bureaucrats work tirelessly. These inspectors keep an... the leaders had new posters put up. No, I'll get caught.
Well, don't go over there then. I was just kidding.
These inspectors keep an eye on the workers' well-being.
OSHA.
I can only enter the Avant-Garde Quarter with a pass. Portal to the Avant-Garde Quarter. Only the city's finest are allowed in.
Okay.
The leader's inner circle.
So I gotta change my outfit to like black and white, maybe?
Prison. I wouldn't want to end up there. The House of Propagandists.
Oh, they probably have black
Prison.
and white
I
uniforms.
wouldn't
in
want
prison.
to end up there.
Yeah, black and white uniforms in prison? Maybe? Tonight, Raquel performs Absolute Tone. I guess I can't go in there. Never mind. No, don't. I didn't want to take the elevator.
I need to get out of here.
Oh. What's
the
this?
canteen. It's closed.
God damn it. There you go. Go in the back alley. There we go. I found you.
For instance, in an abandoned tunnel, I stumbled upon those three. They were hiding in trash bins, excitedly arguing about something.
If only you had kept a better watch on her, Bathov. She ran away because you bored her with your sonatas. Be quiet, Dergiev. Ah, Mr. Felix. Good to see you managed to escape.
The leader's posters with Raquel are all over the city. She's supposed to sing his Absolute Tone.
That's impossible. Raquel disappeared years ago.
No, she didn't. She's on the posters.
That went really well. I told you she couldn't be trusted.
Raquel, Mr. Felix, was the city's only hope. Our
Zeke
liberator from the
Bearballs?
oppression.
Not as far as I know.
She sang in the old times.
Unless JP gave me a new
the
nickname.
Loudspeakers can't reach into the human heart. That's why the leader needs her.
But the Absolute Tone, sung by Raquel's voice, would embed itself deep into everyone's soul. It would mean the end. People would be changed forever.
So, if Raquel betrayed us, does that mean the leader is invincible?
It would seem so. There's nothing left to say, Mr. Felix. It seems we've lost.
I don't know Helden House Builder. I think he's probably more inventive than that. That's something I would call somebody, is just a straight up dick. Like, JP probably chooses his words a little better than that.
The House of Propagandists.
Oh.
The Central Committee of Phonopolis. That's where they run the city.
Okay. Oh, they moved. Oh yeah, there they go. They left. Get in there. the big 5 bomb of gifted subs. Oh shit, I did it! I got him! Or they got me. What happened? Oh, they got me. Now I'm going to prison. Yep. Straight to jail. Bird Rage giving out 5 subs to Wolf Fenris, Forgotten Fridge Sandwich, Mass Red, Linguistic Fanatic, and Nighthawk 21.
Hail, Berserkers!
It's too high. I might need a rope.
Yes, bud, I know. I recognize your existence and I love you and you're valid. But your cold nose is creeping me out every time you put it under my arm. Oh, I'm doing stuff. Oh, okay. I guess I just fly around a bit until they say you're done. The bird or the cage? Oh, you were following the voice? Oh, I didn't catch that part, Diablo.
Her voice was calling me, I was certain. She sang from afar about what no longer existed, but it was as if I knew it all, as if I really remembered her.
Had some hot bants there, Banting. That looks like it. Yeah, I was gonna say. There you go. Oh, I gotta wait until the, okay. Okay. I love the sound design, man.
Seacroc.
Well, okay, that has to be like that. In order to get down here, that has to be like that. Because there's no other way that connects. Oh, unless I gotta get back here and then go down here. Like, go here first. No, they wouldn't do that. They might. No, I can't. I can't. There's nothing that connects this to this. Yeah, draw frame staying at the normal time. Bigga, thank you for the 43 months. Bigga. No. Yeah. No. Drop frame stays the same time. Yep. Oh, no. See, that won't work. And then 5 more gifted from My Name's Not Steve. Thank you, Steve, with the gifted subs to JTHM1, Pizoots, Rob20DB, a non-rebel, and Angel 2 White. Hail, Berserker! Alright, I just gotta figure this fucking one thing out, and then we can switch games. That has to stay there. There, right there. Fuck you. Okay. Oh, am I fucked? Did I fuck myself? Yeah, there's no way I can't make it over there again. Fuck. Yeah, when the light went the other way. Oh, shit. Don't... Okay, that has to be like that. It has to. Oh, there we go. Is that not... Why is it not turning yellow? Oh, I gotta... Oh, fuck. Okay, that'll work. It'll still work. It'll still work. There. Okay, it'll still work. Fuck's sake, dude. I did have to do that though. I had to go back and then come back. Yeah.
All right, I've got to find the three elders and tell them about my dream. Raquel is in danger.
Okay. There we go. Great. Great little point and click game. Really surprised at how good that was. All right, let's see. What are we going to play next? Butcherman? We're going to play Butcherman next? Really? We are? We're not going to go from a point and click to another point and click. No. Oh, no. We're going to play a horror game because I am vetoing everything. I'm vetoing it completely. We're going to play Butcherman because I want to play that. Sorry, my vote counts. My vote counts today. My vote counts today. No, we'd be going from that game to this game, which is another point and click. Don't worry. I'll put Guardian of Nature back on the list next week. Yep, American election time. I'm just taking your choices away because fuck you. There we go. $4.24. Oh, thanks, chat. Thank you for giving me a cheap game to play. How nice of you. My God, it's so great. You guys did so good.
Eat my asshole.
I will, Saijiro.
Hope Texas has been kick-ass CKA.
It's been pretty good. I can't complain. It's been all right. All right. Sorry, I gotta do some PayPal shit. Blah blah blah. There. I agree. Thank you. Okay. Perfect. It made me do the whole like text the number thing. Okay, Butcherman horror game. Let's wake up a little. You know what? I don't think this is gonna be very good, but I have been surprised before, so I'm excited.
Where am I?
Yeah, I usually do my choice at the beginning, but I'll just take my choice now. You know what? That's actually a great idea. I just had a great idea. Since I let you vote for the first game and I don't usually pick one anymore, I am going to institute my choice whenever I want throughout the day. Instead of picking the first game, I will pick one game whenever during Indie Saturday. I think that's great. I think that's a good idea. Yeah? Yeah, good idea. And this one's for you, Spencer. Wow, great idea, me. Thanks, me. All right, Butcherman. Experience psychological horror of being kidnapped by a serial killer. Driven to escape, explore everything around you, use your wits, uncover secrets, and face the unimaginable dread of being in the victim's place. Inspired by a true story.
I gotta get the hell out of here.
Okay, one sec. Oh, I already did that. Okay. This one came out yesterday. Developed and published by Mon Peak Games. It is $4.24. By the way, did you remember to leave Scott an upper decker on your last day? I knew there was something I left Colorado and forgot to do. God damn it. I was supposed to give Scott a big, fat, steaming upper decker, and I didn't do it. Damn it. All right, let's see. Settings, English, subtitles on. Oh, usually lit up means the one you want. I hate it when it's backwards like that. When it's gray, it's on. No, light up the one that's actually active, you fuck. Sure, on, whatever, don't care. Motion blur off, thank you. Okay. New game time. You guys ready? Oh, I'm ready. Let's play. Let's play. Inspired by a true story.
Where am I?
Behave. Any unusual noise will have consequences.
I gotta get the hell out of here.
Dude, he gave you a fucking a sweet, thick T-bone steak. That's better than most prisoners get. Beauty of artist mind. Samuel Briggs. My jerk drawer. What? I'll grab the valve, of course. Pussycat. Win a VIP Big Cat experience at Safari. America's Talent Show Jacob chats cats.
Waste of time.
2 featured breeds, Singaporean Burman. $1,000 of cat goodies up for grabs. 8 top tips for the fireworks season. How to be the perfect owner. Pussycat.
Pushing it in this silence would be madness.
Okay, so let's flush the toilet then.
Pushing it in this silence would be madness.
How did I turn that off? Oh, there's a door. Okay. So I gotta make noise? Oh, here's something. Never mind. Oh, there's the valve. Okay, that's where the valve goes. All right. Now I can flush it.
Filling up. Not full yet.
Now. Hey Zeke, with the week under your belt, how you feel about the new hours? Oh, I like them. It's just like it's honestly the same as my other place, or in Colorado. Like I went to work at 11. I go to work at 11 here. I actually get up way fucking earlier now because we've been going to bed at the same time, and it's very weird being up at like 8:30. Yeah, Texas Central Time, Colorado is Mountain Time.
Damned. Maybe something to pry it open?
Okay. Oh, he likes drawing knives. That's fun. You want Jesse Farms potato chips? They're 100% organic. Oh, okay. Gotta find a 4-digit code, as always.
Is someone actually calling me?
That's creepy. Oh, there we go. For Elvis. $10.10? Holy fucking shit balls. Oh my god, I almost shit bricks. When you see it, you'll shit bricks. Yeah, I saw that face. I'm like, ah! That's who was calling me.
Not lucky.
Okay. Fuck was that? Stop that. For Elvis. Yeah, I played Mortuary Assistant, yeah. That is 10:10, right? I'm not out of my mind. The time on the watch is 10:10. Maybe 10:11. $10.27? Where the fuck you getting that? That's the second hand. Oh, 10.27. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Okay. Maybe that's it. No. Time behind the broken mirror. Holy! Yeah, I don't have a flashlight. I can't see it over there anyways.
waste of time.
Oh, there's the broken mirror. Oh, I saw fucking something. There we go. Okay. 2:30? 2:30? Time to go to the dentist.
Bingo.
There we go. Okay. All right, time to spaghetti begins now. How much time before we get some spaghetti? Jesus. Oh, I'm fucked. Oh. Someone else opened it. Pain. You. Hell. Devil. 14 lives. The Journal of Strange Phenomena. Wipeout. Has science's doomsday theory bitten the dust? Free energy. Harnessing the power of P. Slay time. Exposing Satan's little helpers. The ultimate heresy. Something that hates Christ. The cult that hates Christ or something. And C. Oh, there's okay. 7 o'clock bar together. 8:35 drugs. 9 o'clock unconscious. 9:05 shoes, socks off. Snoring, no reaction. 9:10 needle test, no reaction. Thorazine, small arm, something. 9:20 photos, clothes off, no reaction. 9:40 turned, slight arm movement. 10:15 no reaction. 10:30 slight movement, ketamine. 10:50 arms tied. 11 o'clock carrot test, resist, Thorazine. 11:30 Thorazine. 12 final procedures, gagging, fighting.
Did this happen to me?
Sorrow. Oh, okay. The carrot test. I don't know. That sounds like you shoved a carrot up my ass. Pain. Oh my god. No way. Or pain. Sorrow. Hell. Yo, Silas with the 104. Thank you, Silas. CUVN. There we go. 74. Oh, there we go. Holy shit, burgers!
Am I hallucinating?
Okay, so the paintings are all changing now. This is fun. This is fun. 666. Damn, there's a lot of blood. That's gonna be hell to clean up. Go! Did I just lose? Apparently not.
Let me put on some music.
That sounds like a plan. Maybe I'll put on some music and it'll soothe my anxiety a little bit. I just gotta find a record. And I'll put that baby on. There's one right there. It's from the Columbia House Record Club. Oh, there's a guy. He just left. Okay. I love this tune. Jesus. You know what? As far as like creepiness and scariness goes, this game is doing a pretty fucking good job, man. Oh, I gotta, okay, I can crouch right. I crouch underneath them. Basic mechanics of video games, dude. Hey, money. I'll take it. Can I pay my way out of here? Oh, someone opened the door. Thank you. I didn't play too much of it, but the narrator was annoying and kind of putting me to sleep. And I just didn't feel like playing it. Indie Day, I shouldn't have put it on the list. That's on me. Those, like, if you put Disco Elysium or something like that, like a game like that on Indie Day just doesn't jibe well because it's so slow moving, you know? Well, not necessarily like action heavy, you just gotta have like some movement. Like it's a visual novel for the most part. And it has like, it dumps lore on you and you have to care about that in order to like unravel the story. And there's just not enough time to do that. I'm just gonna go to sleep in the bloody bed. Hi. Okay. How am I in the library game? If there's time at the end of the day, I'll show you. It's going pretty well. I just play it when I have an hour or two here and there. Or like half an hour or something. I'm not sure exactly. Oh, you know what? Just out of curiosity. I don't think I've really actually put 5 hours into it, but maybe I have. Meaning I might have put it to like turn it on and then like watch something for a little while and then went back to it, watched something, went back to it, you know. It was just, I just had it on.
Lubricant.
Luber, I can't! That was a great way to hype it. Luber, I can't. Oh, fun. That's a fun little figure there. Fucking God, that is creepy. And there was the carrot. Oh, the carrot experiment. My ass carrot. Put on the tape, Night of the Living Dead. Then I can help you escape. Still alive? Oh, is that it right there? That's Alien. Oh, that's a way better movie though, in my opinion. Hold on, let's see what, oh, I can't take it. The Thing, another great, man, classics. There we go. I hate it. I hate it so much. What's this one? The Exorcist. Yeah. And being able to hear shit from the dark is just so terrible. God, my stupid fucking primate brain and its pattern recognition. I see faces everywhere, god damn it. They're coming for you, Barbara. How much of the movie is there? Oh, it's not even the movie, it's just a still frame. Oh, no, this is how the movie starts. I think. I don't know. It might be, yeah, public domain. I think Night of the Living Dead is public domain. It's old enough. Buddy, how's things? Probably not great. Where'd you get those big hands and that small head? What is happening? Are we friends? Fucking carrots again. Oh. Oh, he's just chilling watching the movie, sort of shaking his head a little bit. Get out. I will, thank you. Butcher man.
Johnny, it takes you 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes to put the wreath on the grave and 6 hours to ride back and forth.
Oh, we got him on loan from a Tool video. Goddamn. Oh, no good. Okay. Yep, we're friends. We're friends. Friendlies, friendlies, friendly. I feel like I'm playing fucking Arc Raiders. Friendly, friendly. Oh! Sure. Sure. Yeah. Sure. Come here. I need a hug from my most special lady. Come here. Come here, special lady. Yes, who's my specialist lady? Oh, yes, you want some loving? You want some loving? My special lady? Yes, she's such a pretty girl. This is my pretty girl. She come and get some love. She's my special girl. Yeah, got a haircut and everything. Yeah, Lil visits when mom's not home. When mom's home, she just stays on the couch. So she'll come up every once in a while and visit. She's a good pupper. She's a good puppy. Aren't you? Are you a good puppy? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. She is a pretty girl. She is a pretty girl. Yeah, his trick is here. He's been here. He's laying under the desk, just hanging out. Mom's off helping Beth do something. Oh my God, that's me. Oh. That dude is me! I think I made this guy in Dark Souls.
Chest, belly, head, arm.
Chest, belly, head, arm. Chest. 4. Belly. Don't know.
Chest, belly, head, arm.
There we go. That's a 1. What? Oh, fuck. I should have wrote down the symbols. What other symbols do I have? Shit. I know. Just look down, dude. All right. Chest. Belly. Head. Arm. Okay. So chest. Chest is 4. Okay, and that's arm is 5. So that's 3. So it's 4, 3, something 5. There it is. 4, 3. That's got to be a 1, right? Yeah, that's a 1. Okay, 4, 3, 1, 5. No, damn it. Nope. Oh, there's the butcher. Never faith. Never free. Okay. Upsy daisies, up we go. Out the window. Oh my god, I escaped. We did it. Game over. You know what? I'm gonna go see what this guy's all about. What are you doing? I can't run.
There's no reason to go back.
Oh. Okay.
This might look like a happy ending. In a certain way, it is. I survived. Perhaps others were spared. But he's still there. When I close my eyes, when I breathe, can what he did ever be erased? I want to believe it can. I truly do. I just don't know.
Oh, is that it? That was it? Okay. Okay. All right. How long was that? About 40 minutes. $4. But man, whoever made this has potential. I hope you make more. I hope you make longer, more games, because that was fucking creepy. Nice work. Some pretty good scares there, and not all of them were jump scares, which that is excellent to see. Like, not all of them were jump scares. Some of them were just like turn around, no sound effect whatsoever. Just turn around. There's something new there, and you fucking, yeah. Good spooks, man. Good spooks. Good balance. Okay. Well, we got about 45 minutes left. Might as well show off what I've been doing in the old library. In fact, I might actually be able to finish it. Yeah, maybe not. But there we go. Let's just go ahead and round out the day with some library tidying. Got some sweet upgrades and skill levels and stuff like that. So you're gonna see the difference. If you watch me play this on Indie Day, you're gonna see a huge fucking difference as to what's actually going on now. Oh, I turned off everything. Hold on. Audio. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So I can jump, I can run, I can fight, I can fly, and I can crow. Okay, so this is what I can do now. I pick up any old book, and I press the number 5, and watch what happens. Bloop, 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 bloop. I get all the books in the series, and then I press the number 1, bloop, they arrange themselves in order. And then I press the number 2, and it shows me the shelf they go on. And then I press the number 4, and they go in. It took me 3 hours to get to that, though. 3 hours of just putting books away normally. And you get an achievement if you do it without magic. So a lot of people are like taking time to do that achievement, to get it without magic. No, this is how I used to have to do it. I used to have to look through all the piles of books and separate them. I separated them into like whites. I only got through the white books. I went through all the piles in the library, and I took all the white books and I put them up there, and then I separated them out. And these shelves right here, like, you can see how far I got. These shelves right here, this is philosophy. So I got philosophy mostly done. I got holy books mostly done. And there was another one. What is it? Philosophy? Oh, and healing. Healing I got mostly done as well. But once you start getting shelves in, you get these. These are the game changers. But yeah, so now like it's basically like half the game is getting these skills first. And the rest of the game, once you get the skills, that's the rest of the game. So getting like 5 shelves done is the first half of the hours you put into the game. And then getting the entire rest of the library is the rest. Is that. What is this? Expert. Expert, expert, expert. Yeah, I tried to separate these. Okay, where do these go? Up there. What are you doing? There, man. Oh my god. That's why it's such a fucking bitch sometimes, because if you got all 10 books and you're putting them all up at the same time, they won't, like, you'll start taking books off and you don't want to. There's something like weird about that. However, if you want to do it the proper way, you can still grab the 4 chests. And the 4 chests, what they had in them were jump, the ability to jump, the ability to run, and the ability to carry 15 books, 2 plus 2 and plus 3, 15 books total. You can still use those to get the achievement if you want to. Yeah, this was like Zen for me for a while. For a few like hours here and there. And now I'm far enough where I'm just like, I should probably just finish it, right? I should probably just finish the game. But it's like, you know, the chillest of the chill. Someone in chat earlier said it took him 22 hours to do it without any magic. So without using skills or anything like that. But man, 3,072 books in this game. 3,072 books. All by hand. That's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, you're seeing how long it's taking me with all of the help in the world. So. Yeah, and normally you'd have to go like, okay, the correlation of magic and emotion. What does that fall in? Like, what category does that fall in? Would be like, it's that one over there, so it's 2. I. 2I would be psychology. So you'd have to know, like, you have to suss out by the title that it's psychology. Mana measurement and conversion equations. So that's probably mathematics, which is not there. Wait, is it? No. Mathematics is over here. 2D. Is it 2D? Did I get it right? I think so. Yep. Okay. Math magic. Yeah, so there I am. That's where I am in the game. Just wanted to show that off a little bit. You know what? We didn't ever. There was one more level in Sir Kix-a-Lot, right? All right. That's what I meant. At least one more level in Sir Kix-a-Lot. Grand Shaft Auto. Oh, we need to find, yeah, the red key. We never found the red key. Oh, and I have, oh shit, I have skill points to spend. Let's do lightning and infuse weapon. Oh, and mana regen. Hell yeah, dude. Okay. So we block and then we do that. There we go. We got a lightning wind blade now. There. Go fight somebody else. Yeah, there you go. Go get him. Ow! There you go. Throw the fucking bow at him, dude. Hey! No, 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 no! Oh, there's a fucking longsword sticking out of me! Nope. God damn it. Ah, son of a bitch. Yeah, today is a good day. Nope. Oh, wait, oh shit, I have a staff. That's what I want, because the staff, like, it does better. There you go. It keeps longer or does more damage or something. Come on. Ah! There we go. Okay. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Lightning and wind arrows, maybe? No, those are tables. Is that what you're talking about, the tables? Hmm? There's the key. That's what we need. Get in the first door. No, not Minecraft. It does look a lot like Minecraft, though. I'll grant you that. I think wind just pushes enemies away. So if you have it wind and anything else, it does the first effect and then it blows them away. God damn it. Fucking dagger in my chest. Listen here, bud. Go attack somebody else. Okay, the red key is what I need.
Here's to more FMV.
Now go smash that guy. Not me. You're supposed to be on my side. You're supposed to be confused, you fuck. Be confused. There you go. Go kill somebody. Go find somebody to murder. There you go. Not me. There you go. What's happening? There you go. That guy. God, I hate those fucking big guys. Okay. Yep. You. Go punish someone. Whoa. Someone just got hit for like 2,000 damage? Did I see that right? There we go. Orc, warrior dead. All right. Red key, blue key, red fish, blue fish. No, that's where I came from. Oh, well, might as well give a save on that. There we go. God. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Right through the window. Scroll. Oh, the fucking communist goblin manifesto. I love it. I left for a while. Was a $4 horror game at? No, it was just short. Just really short. It was like 40 minutes. But it was really good. I enjoyed it a lot, but yeah, wasn't a lot to it. So they won't attack you. Okay. Oh, the golden key. Or the red key. There we go. There it is. Fuck's sake. A lot of crystals. Yeah. Now the red key goes into the red door, and the red door is fucking fuck. No, not there. Son of a bitch. Down there? No. No, not that way. Come on, brain. Why aren't you braining? Braining? Sumo Finals tomorrow. You've been watching? Yes, I have been watching. Actually, I haven't caught the last yesterday's yet. Why was the red door so easy for me to find before? And now, there it is. Fuck, it's in the fog. That's why. God damn it. Okay. Skill book. Oh, you piece of shit. There we go. So I can finally kick people off again. There we go. Sir kicks a lot. Beautiful. Damn it! There we go. Fuck off. Ugh. This fucking maze. Oh, there we go. There's we goes. Oh. Bingo. What the f— Oh. They catch me? Oh, God. Surrender, human, you're trapped. Who are you? I'm the glorious leader of the Horde. Wait, I'm innocent. You've just killed 25 people in the last 15 minutes. Fine, I surrender. We will see how you fight in the arena. Nailed it. Oh, okay. So there's a few more levels for sure. All right, let's see how the arena goes. This is gonna suck. Cleaver, saber, staff. Where's the staff? They don't even give you a staff because they don't give a shit about wizards. Wait, no. I wanted to do that. No. Don't undo it. There. Now. Time for a little imbue. 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 Let's go. Are they throwing fish at me? What the fuck? Oh. That's a kill. Banana peel? Oh, wait. Yeah, I can do this. Get him. There we go. Oh, that guy got impaled. Okay. There we go. Boo! Are you booing me? Boo! Oh shit! I fucking hit a banana peel. Okay. There you go. Now you guys fight. There you go. Now you fight. There we go. Not bad, not bad. Oh. Right up his ass. There we go. Good job, my minions. Fight! Fight for my amusement. Fight! Nope. There you go. Get in there. Beautiful. All right. How much more? How much more of this do I have to do? What the fuck? Jesus, goddamn bananas! Is that it? Goddamn bananas! How many more of these are there gonna be? What the fuck? What? What is the fucking naked dude? Okay. God damn, there's a fucking shitload of these, huh? Yeah, fight each other. Oh my god, that was too easy. No, that was too easy. You're right. It was. Now they're loving me. Oh, so this guy... Oh, Godzilla is his name. That's it. Enjoy your victory. We did it. Woohoo! Super Mall underwear. Nice. They're throwing their underwear at me. Impressive, Gladiator. What is your name? My name is Lady in Red. Congratulations, I guess. Now go back to your cell. Lady in Red. All right, that's gonna do it. That is it for the day. Fun day, man. Fucking great indie day, I think. I had a good time. I hope you guys had a good time. Guildless, thank you for the 34 months. Here's some more FMV. Maybe we'll have some FMV next week. We had 0. They're just not coming out, man. I don't know what to tell you. I'd pick them. I'd play them. All right. Tomorrow is going to be a fun day. Drop frames with, I think, Gathalion. King Gathalion, I think, is going to be on the show, probably talking about what you think he's going to be talking about, I'd imagine. So, yeah, drop frames. And then Monday, I'm off. And then Tuesday is Noita. Yeah. Sitley, if then winner of May, said, I want to see you play Noita. So we're going to play Noita with you guys for the first time in forever. And I've only played an hour of it previously. So I guess we'll find out how good it is. So that's what's coming up. But for now, I'm out of here. I'm going to go take my puppies outside.
And until next time, for all of my Berserkers, and for all of Zeconia, this is me, Zeke, saying, see ya.